very outstanding. We'd like to welcome the state chairman of the PDP, the Right Honorable Dr. Anthony Azegbemi. We acknowledge your presence, sir. Can I also very quickly recognize His Excellency, distinguished Senator Professor Osereme Osumba, former governor of Edo State. We acknowledge your presence, sir. Distinguished Senator Egie Edobo Uzame, former senator that represented Edo South Senatorial District, who have just added another feather to his already crowded cap with his current chieftaincy title from Amasoma in Bayelsa State as the Bina Tariowai of Ugboy clan. We celebrate you, we acknowledge you, we welcome you. We also distinguish Senator Francis Alimehena. We acknowledge your presence, we welcome you. Engineer Amuchi Gabriel, the former managing director of FEMA, we thank you for honoring us with your presence. My Lord, the Honorable, the former and retired Chief Judge of Edo State, the Honorable Justice Esther Amenagawo Edige, please warmly make welcome to my Lord. My Lord, the Honorable Justice Otabo Lubo, former President of the Customary Court of Appeal, Edo, we acknowledge your presence. We welcome you very warmly. I'd like to welcome High Chief Tom Ikimi, former Foreign Affairs Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and a great son of Edo. We acknowledge your presence and we welcome you at this very historic event that is happening in our dear state. Engineer Greg Ogbefu, Pioneer, Chairman, Sea Owners, and the current Chairman of Benin River Ports, we welcome you warmly to this event. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome the representative of the Head of Service to the Government of Delta States, Mr. Reginald Bayo Komi. It's been represented by Permanent Secretary Oil and Gas, Frank Omok. We appreciate your presence and we welcome you. Honorable Timothy Osadolo, PDP National Youth Leader. The Vice Chancellor, Wellspring University, Professor Isaac Rotimi Ajayi, represented by the Sub-Dean of Postgraduates, Dr. Matthew Onu. Before the arrivals of the Excellencies, we can quickly acknowledge all our very distinguished guests once we get notes that they are here. We welcome our scholarly Professor Darlington Obasaki, the Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, and his very dear wife, Dr. Mrs. Chigozie Obasaki. We acknowledge your presence. Engineer Elvis Obasaki, Managing Director, Independent Television and Radio, we welcome you. We appreciate and also acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chancellor of the Great University of Benin and Chairman, Committees of Vice Chancellors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Lillian Imoiti Salami, represented by Professor Benson Osadolo, Professor of History and International Studies. Prince M.N. Ogedegbe, the Crown Prince of Emerald, we welcome you. His Royal Highness Aslem Aidunoje Dionoje of Uromi is here with a galaxy of Royal Highnesses. As we get to meet them, we'll acknowledge them. We'll appreciate it. You can beckon on any of the ushers and send the people across. His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Osayame Ugiagbe, we welcome you. We appreciate your presence at this event. Thank you for coming. We welcome you. Professor Raphael Adege, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Igbinedion University Okada, representing the Vice Chancellor. Barrister Unduka Wabene, Zona Commander, Napti Benin Zonal Command. We acknowledge you. We welcome you. The Excellencies are almost here, and as soon as they arrive, we will go straight to the nitty-gritty of this event. Democracy Dialogue by the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, with the theme, Functional Education and Effective Political Leadership as a Panacea to African Growth and Development. This is indeed a very historic moment and very dear to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to especially welcome the Executive Director, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, the Yale Ward Fellow, Standard Fisher Family Fellow, Ms. Anne Iyono, MPI. Please warmly welcome with a round of applause. We thank you for your presence here today. Mr. Watson Eluseni, CEO Nestle Nigerian PSC, represented by Oyeme Agbogun, Field Operations Manager, South-South and Southwest. We welcome you very warmly to this event. Thank you for making a date with us here in Edo. Thank you for your very wonderful presence. We're getting ready to officially begin. And at that point, I will hand over the microphone to my colleague, who will share this microphone with me. From the Edo State University, we welcome the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Dawood Igbefo, Edo State University of Zaire, Pioneer Vice Chancellor, Engineer Professor Emmanuel Aluyo, the Bossa, Dr. Saigi Osifo, the Provost of the College of Medicine, Dr. S.K. Atoy, and Council Member, Ifueko Omoegui Okao, MFR, and of course, former Chairman, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Scholarly Honorable Commissioner for Education to the Government of Edo State, Honorable Dr. John Osa of Yahweh. Can we please applaud her and make her welcome? Welcome their counterparts. I can see Honorable Stephen Idehere, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Chief Dr. Ui Oduwa Malaka, Honorable Commissioner for Culture, Arts, Tourism and Diaspora. We welcome you. We can welcome also architects Joshua Mokodion, Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability Edo. We thank you for your presence here. Very, very wonderful permanent secretaries, particularly the Permanent Secretary, Government House and Protocol, Mrs. Edith Sede. The IOM boss, Ms. Wintama Tarekin, we appreciate your presence and we welcome you to this event. Dr. Imafedo Osama Agbonile, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital Medical Director, we welcome you to this event. Dr. Mrs. Christiana Vincent Atako, President and Chairman of Council, Nigerian Institute of Management, we appreciate your presence. Deputy Chief of Staff, Delta States, Honorable Barrister Chris Osakwe, we acknowledge your presence and we welcome you very warmly. Ms. Angela J.D. Jones, Philanthropy par excellence, and a great daughter of Edo, we thank you for all you do for our people. We are always proud to have you. God bless you for all you do for Edo. The former Vice Chancellor Uniben, Professor E.A.C. Wanze, we appreciate your presence and we welcome you so much to this event. We'll appreciate if you all please sit down. The Excellencies are almost here. We welcome renowned orator, Sir Professor Eddie Ragwe, former member of the National Conference, the Dean of Benin City Deanery for the Catholic Archdiocese of Benin, the Very Reverend Father Dr. Charles Omogiate. We appreciate your presence. We welcome you. Prince Peter Irame, we appreciate your presence. We welcome you. Chief Owen Chamberlain Obasaki, we welcome you. Jefferson Warrior Esquire, we appreciate your presence at this event. the acting Vice Chancellor of the Ambrose Sali University, Ekboma, Professor A.S. Adagboyi, we welcome you. The acting Provost of the Edo State College of Education, Professor Mrs. Rosalind Osaige, we appreciate your presence. Engineer Maurice Sylvester is the Edo State Poly Rector, we welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we please rise as we make welcome their excellencies, the executive governor of Edo, Godwin Nogagase Obaseki, and of course, our very host for this event, His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Can we invite all the school children for the national anthem to please come on stage as I hand over to my very beloved sister, Taribio.
The cameraman, you can take your shots and move, please. The cameraman, take your shots and then move to the sides. Distinguished members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, please take your shots and move. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties and Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Edo State Anthem.
Nigeria, we will be our own dear native land. Good tribes and tongues may be fought, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's song, our proud to stand, our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. You may please be seated and let the applause be better for those great leaders of tomorrow. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the governor of Edo State couldn't help smiling all through as the children were making him proud. Indeed, we're in the era of Edo Best 2.0, and I have to give it to the children. The synchronization, the melody of the voices was exceptional. Please appreciate the children again. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue 2024. Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCON, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Your Excellency, our mother, Mama Peace, Dr. Dame Patience Faka Jonathan, the wife of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Uhuru Kenyatta, CGH, Chief of the Order of the Golden Heart of Kenya, former President of Kenya and Chairman of this occasion. You're welcome, Your Excellency. May I also recognize here with us His Excellency Thomas Boni Yagi, former President of the Republic of Benin and former Chairman of the African Union. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Bienvenue. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I also recognize here with us the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was a Vice President to the former President when he was President of Nigeria. His Excellency Architect Namadi Sambo, GCON. Please a round of applause for him. May I also recognize here with us His Excellency Dr. Neva Sequila Mumba, former Vice President, the Republic of Zambia. Please a round of applause for him. Permit me at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the man who is the visionary of the project Edo Best 2.0, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, Governor of Edo State, and his ever beautiful and compassionate and supportive wife, Her Excellency Dr. Betsy Obaseki, First Lady of Edo State. May I at this point, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recognize His Excellency Shri G. Balasubramanian, Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, and one of our panelists today. Please a round of applause for him. We also have here seated His Excellency Engineer Godwin's Marvelous Omobayo, Deputy Governor of Edo State. Please a round of applause for him. And seated here also by his side is His Excellency Senator Lawrence Erujakpo, PhD, the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State. Please a round of applause for His Excellency. May I at this point specially state that he is the Deputy Governor of my state. You're welcome, Your Excellency. I would like to also recognize the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, His Excellency Muhammad Awal Jato. Please a round of applause for him. And seated also here is the Deputy Governor of Delta State, Sir Monday Oyeme. Please put your hands together for him. Members of the National Assembly who are here in their numbers, we recognize you. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to recognize, I'm told we have here the Ambassador of Switzerland here, Your Excellency Ambassador Martins. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. May I recognize honorable ministers and members of the Federal Executive Council, and in particular the Honorable Minister for Education, Honorable Professor Tahir Maman, Officer of the Order of the Niger and Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please a round of applause. The Right Honorable Speaker of Edo State, Right Honorable Blessing Sheriff Agbegbaku. Please a round of applause for him. And we have that of Bayelsa State, Right Honorable Abraham Ngobere, Delta State, Right Honorable Emomotimi Guo. May I recognize, my Lord, the Honorable Chief Judge of Edo State, who is here with us, His Excellency, Senator Professor Oseremeng Osubo, former governor of Edo State. A round of applause. Also here seated is His Excellency Chief Mike Ayegbeni Ogiadome, CFR, former Deputy Governor of Edo State and former Chief of Staff to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to recognize here with us the former Governor of Anambra State and former presidential candidate who is here with us, His Excellency Peter Obi. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I also recognize here the Secretary to the Government of Edo State, Osarodion Oge Esquire. Also here is the Head of Service to the Government of Edo State, Dr. Anthony Osas Okungbowa Esquire. Please, a round of applause. We have here also seated the Chief of Staff to the Government of Edo State, Dr. Engineer Tony Osaibovo Iyoha. Please put your hands to guys. Our traditional covering here, His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Benin, who is ably represented here by the regally and majestically dressed princes and chiefs here. Oba Otokwe, honorable members of the state's houses of assembly here present, may I at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recognize the woman who caught the vision of the foundation and is translating it to actionable projects. Miss Anne Iyono, MPI, Executive Director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Yale Fellow and Stanford Fisher Family Fellow. Please, a round of applause for her. I would like to, at this point, specially recognize the keynote speaker, Professor Olubayi, Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding, and Chairman, University Council, Cavendish University. The Chairman of political parties here present, former members of the National Assembly here present, former ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, former speakers and members of the state's houses of assembly here present, members of the state executive councils of several states here, service commanders, local government chairmen and chairpersons, top government functionaries, permanent secretaries and heads of ministries, departments, and agencies, traditional and religious leaders here present, members of the academia, and our respected moderator, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, and the member of the Board of Trustees, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, and other panelists who will be recognized here. May I in particular recognize His Excellency Njoya Tikum, Director, UNDP, Sub-Regional Hub of West and Central Africa, UNDP WACA. Please, a round of applause for them. I would also like to specially recognize those who make the private sector thrive, which are the captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here before you to formally announce the commencement of the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. And this year, we have made sure that the theme is one that touches each and every one of us. Coincidentally, the Edo State government and the people of the state are in the week of their education, and just yesterday they had their education award, where those who have contributed to the growth and development of Edo State educationally were given awards. And so having the theme of this event coincide with the Education Week is not only apt but divine. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme, functional education and effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa's growth and development, ensures that Africa develop as other parts of the world, including the western part of the world, and ensure that educationally, economically, developmentally, that we're at par with other parts of the world. In the course of today, we'll have discussions and panel sessions that will set the tone for a new map and a new trajectory for Nigeria and West Africa and the African region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this note, may I humbly introduce myself. My name is Taribio Walson Owei-Fawari, and that is the short version. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me at this point to introduce the woman who will set the tone for the 2024 GJF Democracy Dialogue. Again, the Executive Director, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Miss Anne Iyonu, MPI. Please keep the applause going till she gets here. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you who have been with us for a long time, and for those of you who are just joining us for the first time. This year marks 3 years of holding our annual Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue with the theme Functional Education and Effective Political Leadership as the Panacea for Africa's Growth and Development. We are very proud to be able to host it today here in the ancient city of Benin with all of you. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us to make this event come together to become a success. We couldn't have done it without you. Our special thanks to the Governor, His Excellency, Godwin Obaseki. Please a round of applause for him. The quest for solutions to Africa's governance and democratic challenge is indeed in line with the Foundation's very mission. As a foundation, we understand that peace, security, good governance are critical for the achievement of the sustainable development on the African continent. And in that regard, over the past 9 years, the Foundation has actively explored opportunities for strengthening democratic governance across the continent. Since its inception, we hold this democracy dialogue yearly to appraise the continent's democratic journey toward ensuring that our democratic politics and governance are more deliberately and strategically underpinned with a developmental ethos, vision, and practice. Education has been identified as a fundamental means for the state to empower its citizens. Scholars have long argued that a healthy democracy requires an educated, politically engaged citizenry. The consensus is that for any state to achieve accurate and meaningful development, priority must be given to quality education. And in echoing the words of Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful tool or weapon which you can use to change the world. Excuse me. Indeed, education serves as a transformative force, fostering economic development, societal progress, and individual empowerment, as functional education goes beyond just the normal classroom education. And so, therefore, in Africa, the significance of education cannot be overstated. To comprehend the importance of education, it is pertinent for us to examine the current state of our education in Africa. According to UNESCO, a report according to UNESCO in 2023, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest out-of-school rate globally, with over 30 million primary school-aged children lacking access to education. 30 million. And that report was for 2023. So without urgent action, the situation will likely get worse, as the region faces a rising demand for education due to a still growing age population. Africa is a young continent. It's a continent that has more young people than old people. So it's an urgent call for us to take the case of education seriously. While there isn't any specific statistic, actually, that quantifies the exact number of African governments prioritizing functional education, many countries on the continent have recognized the importance of functional education in driving socio-economic development and have implemented various policies and initiatives to promote it. However, these efforts are abysmal or negligent at best. There is now, therefore, like I stated earlier, the urgent need to do more. Achieving functional education and effective political leadership are interconnected goals that require the commitment of everybody, concerted efforts from governments, from civil society, and of course the private sector. Functional education can empower citizens to actively participate in the political process, hold their leaders accountable, and contribute to the socio-economic development of their countries. Conversely, effective political leadership can create an enabling environment for education reform, investment in human capital, and the creation of opportunities for all citizens to thrive. There are challenges, we know, and these challenges, such as inadequate funding, infrastructure deficits, political instability, persistent abuse of power, corruption, and socioeconomic inequalities, and the failure to create an environment for the continuous evolution of succeeding generations of young African leaders with competence, integrity, vision, and commitment, and skills for peace building and social justice continue to hinder the realization of functional education and effective political leadership in Africa. Addressing these challenges requires sustained commitment, innovative policies, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that education systems in our countries are responsive to the needs of learners and that political leaders are accountable to the people they serve. If you take a look around the room today, you will see that we have various stakeholders seated and represented here today. So I am speaking to all of us here today. Your Excellencies, traditional rulers, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of education in our continent is undeniable. It is our potent tool for economic development. It is our tool for democratic advancement, societal progress, poverty alleviation, and individual empowerment. This event is therefore a call to action, to draw attention to the frailty that hinder the developmental realization of our great continent. As we aspire to be a more equitable and prosperous continent, investing in education in Africa must be a top priority. We at the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation hope that at the end of today's deliberations, we will be able to develop consensus on the urgency for prioritizing quality education and structural leadership recruitment for advancing growth and development in Africa. Once again, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you for finding time out of your very hectic schedules to be here with us. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you for that very wonderful welcome, setting the tune for the 2024 GJF Democracy Dialogue. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, very distinguished guests, permit me at this point to invite for the welcome address the education-friendly Governor of Edo, the technocrat in power, the wait-and-see Governor, His Excellency Godwin Nogegase of Basaki. Shall we please be upstanding to welcome His Excellency that has made education an international sphere with pragmatic demos and indices of a great statesman, the worker-friendly governor, and the man that has paid the highest minimum wage in Nigeria. Can the applause be resounding for His Excellency? Edo people, can you wave to your governor? Can you make it resounding?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. The founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and former president, state of our democracy on the continent, and to discuss on the undeniable role of education in fostering Africa's growth and development. This is an auspicious moment for us to put education at the heart of our policy and investments as political leaders. Because, as you already know, the African Union declared 2024 as the year of education in Africa, precisely to refocus our attention on this very important issue of education. I want to appreciate the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for organizing this third edition of the Democracy Day Dialogue in Benin City, the heartbeats of Nigeria. And also use this opportunity to welcome our visiting African leaders who have come here today to share their insights, wisdom, and experiences on fostering democracy across our continent. Sir, the leadership you showed at a critical moment in our nation, Nigeria, has ensured a peaceful transition of our dear country. We celebrated Democracy Day yesterday, but for the action you took, we may not have had the opportunity to do so. And therefore you will find Thank you, and sorry for that interruption. And you will all forever be praised in the annals of the history of our country. Truly, your actions demonstrated the vision of your foundation, which is to have peaceful, just, and progressive nations of Africa. This is what we all aspire to. Africa is at a crossroad. We are blessed with a very youthful population. Over 400 million people on the continent are aged between 15 and 35. And these young people are yearning for opportunities. But the challenge has been how to harness the energies of our youthful population to engender sustainable development for our people. So the theme of this democracy dialogue by the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, which is functional education and effective political leadership as the panacea to Africa's growth and development, is very, very apt. Because it captures the essence of the task ahead and also places the burden of the responsibility rightly at the foot of all of us political leaders on the continent. We, political leaders, are responsible for taking the decisions that will allow our children and young people to play their parts in enabling a more prosperous, peaceful, and just society. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, the future is for Africa. And I say so because by the year 2050, 1 out of every 4 people on the planet will be African. Also, by 2050, 40% of all persons that are aged under 18 in the world, which will be over 1 billion children, will be African. By the end of this century, Africa's working age population will constitute 42% of the global total, which will be up from 14% in 2020. Therefore, the decisions we make on our continent will not only affect us, but affect the whole world in the near future. Technology is reshaping our world. Globally, nearly 25% of jobs will be disrupted by technology in the continent in the next 5 years. And by the year 2030, about 230 million jobs in Africa will require digital skills. Thank God, our young people are already showing us what they can do by capitalizing on technology and the digital evolution which is raging in Africa as the young people are becoming entrepreneurs across the continent. So the big question is, what are we doing? We, political leaders, who are responsible for the progress of our people, are we doing enough? It is therefore apt that we discuss this topic here today in Edo State, which is the heartbeat of Nigeria, like I said. Because we can say in Edo State that we have walked this talk. Because in the last 7.5 years, I would be modest to say that no other subnational in our continent and in our country has paid as much attention to the state of public education as we have in Edo State. Upon assuming office in 2016, we were clear about our mandates and what must be done to address the rot in our educational sector in Nigeria. The burning platform for us was to hear those horrific tales of our young boys and girls who were illegally trafficked to Europe, who risked their lives crossing the Sahara Desert to just looking for the golden fleece in Europe. Listening to them and to our citizens in various communities in Edo, we were convinced that except we make sustained investment in basic education, we will not be able to reform our society. That was what led us to design and implement a very ambitious reform program in public education called Edo Basic Education Sector Transformation, popularly known as Edo Best. This has brought us to the attention of other states in Nigeria and other countries on the continent, some of whom have come to understudy what we have done. We have hosted teams from other states in Nigeria, from other countries in Africa like Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Gambia, and others, who have come to learn about our reforms. Our efforts with EdoBest brought us to the attention of the world, as I said, which has enabled us as a sub-sovereign in Nigeria to be championed and placed among sovereign countries globally who are recognized for leadership in education reform. Let me take this opportunity to specifically note the leadership President Uhuru Kenyatta, under whose leadership Kenya was selected to be an African accelerator country, just like Edo State. President Kenyatta placed education at the core of national development in advancing Kenya's Vision 2030, ensuring that over 20% of the government's budget and 5% of Kenya's GDP was allocated to education. Thank you, Mr. President. His leadership on education across the continent and globally was celebrated in many ways, including the fact that he played a critical role as a co-host of the Global Partnership for Education Replenishment Fund in 2021, which raised over $4 billion for low and medium income countries, including many countries in Africa, to help with their education systems. Kenya continues to reap the benefits of this commitment to education, as Kenya's education outcomes remain amongst the highest on the continent, thus providing a basis for their growth. No wonder the President Goodluck Jonathan Foundation thought it wise to invite him to Benin City to come and host and chair this event. For us in Edo, the independent assessments have shown that the learning levels of our children are now at par with the learning levels of growing middle income economies, around 70% of learning levels in advanced economies, which is to say, our children in Edo State today are now able to read and have numeracy skills that is almost 70% compared with any child of their age in advanced countries. I would like to thank all guests who are present here today, who have traveled from far and near to engage in this stimulating conversation here in Edo State. I enjoin all of you to bask in the cultural offerings of our ancient city of Benin. Please take out time to visit cultural sites, particularly our bronze casting sites on the Gun streets and other cultural heritage sites which we have in our state. Once again, I wish you all very, very fruitful deliberations as we now open today's proceedings. Thank you and welcome. On the Gun streets and other cultural heritage sites which we have in our state. Once again, I wish you all very, very fruitful deliberations as we now open today's proceedings. Thank you and welcome. On Gun streets and other cultural heritage sites which we have in our state. Once again, I wish you all very, very fruitful deliberations as we now open today's proceedings. Thank you and welcome.
A moment ago, with some of the projects, educational projects of the governor and his administration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while he was speaking, he drew a nexus of the achievements of Kenya under the former president, and of course the achievements of his government under his administration. And I have to say that Edo State is indeed doing very well. There's a popular saying that if you set yourself on fire, the world will come to watch you burn. Now, on a positive note, if you're doing something exceptionally well, the world would indeed come and watch you and partake. And I saw that yesterday when we had people coming from different countries to receive awards because they had contributed to educational development. Put your hands together again for His Excellency the Governor. And of course, his ever supportive wife who is by his side. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for you to understand why we are here and why we have the theme for this year, you need to understand how education is important to the former president of Nigeria. Let me take your minds back to a little community in Ogbia local government area of Bayelsa State called Otweke, and a young boy who could barely afford the amenities or even clothing and shoes, struggling to go to school, but due to sheer hard work, commitment, and doggedness, he obtained education and got to the pinnacle in Nigeria, the highest political office in Nigeria. Why would he not support other young ones to get education? Why would he not set a platform for others to get it easier than he got it? And he knows that there is a correlation between education and growth, because you only see as far as you are knowledgeable about. Please, let's appreciate the former president again for this foundation and for supporting education in not just Nigeria, Africa, and the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to fully show their support today, we have a big delegation from Bayelsa State. Permit me at this point to recognize them. The former president would like to know that they are all here to support him. We have again the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State here, distinguished Senator Lawrence Erujakwa, PhD. And for those who do not know, while Edo State can have the bragging rights for artifacts, including those that were exported, we have the bragging rights that we have the Deputy Governor, who is not just a historian, but one who is vast in African proverbs. So when you bring your artifacts, we'll bring the book he has written about African proverbs. Please, a round of applause for him again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, also here with us are members of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Abraham Ngobere. Please, a round of applause for him. That's the Speaker. Right Honorable Monday Edwin Obolobubo, that's the Leader of the House and is representing Southern Niger Constituency 2. We also have the Chief Whip, Honorable Gabriel Ogbara, Ogba Constituency 3. Also here is Honorable Sunday Bernard Kenabai, Sagbama Constituency 2, and Deputy Majority Leader of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, Honorable Waikomo Amakromo, Yenagwa Constituency 2, and Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Teddy Tombra Elemefru, Yenagwa Constituency 3, and Deputy Chief Whip. Also here is Honorable Timi Omobo Agala, Brass Constituency 2, and Minority Whip. Honorable Dr. Charles Daniel, Brass Constituency 1, Honorable Onyike God Bless, Sagbama Constituency 1, Honorable Moses Marlon, Southern Niger 3, Honorable Richard Ibegu, Ogbea 1, Honorable Mrs. Ebizi Indiomu Brown, Sagbama Constituency 3, Honorable Mrs. Egba Aibanengiefa, Yenagwa 1, Honorable Dr. Wisdom Fafi, Kolokumo Pokuma Constituency 2, and Honorable Obeying God Knows, Ogbea Constituency 2. These are members of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly who are all here. And that's not all. We also have members of the academia here. May I, at this point, first and foremost, recognize a traditional ruler here with us, His Royal Majesty King Amalate Johnny Turner, the Obanoban of Oloibiri clan in Bayelsa State. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have the professor, that's the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University Otweke, Professor Teddy Adias. Please, a round of applause for him. Professor Edmond Alison Oguru, former Secretary to State Government, Bayelsa State. Professor Robert Faith, medical practitioner and lecturer of the Niger Delta University. And Honorable Tobias James, former Commissioner for Education in Bayelsa State. We have here a member of the House of Representatives representing Ogbea Federal Constituency, Honorable Chief Mitema Obodo. Also here, Honorable Robert Enoa, former House of Assembly member, Honorable Misudame Ibu, who is also here. May I also recognize Professor Kunle Olowu, Professor Francis Sikoki, the former Commissioner for Health, Honorable Newton Pabara, and also here is Professor Seifa Brisibe. I also saw earlier Architect Ruben Okoya. Please, a round of applause for these distinguished personalities. Also, members of the Bayelsa State Executive Council are here in their numbers. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Gentle Emela, and that of Youths, Honorable Dr. Daniel Igali, and the Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Mr. Flint George. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for each and every one of them. I would like to, at this point, inform us, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that this event is not only streamed live on national televisions, but we also have them on Facebook and YouTube. And for Facebook, the handle is at GEJ Foundation. GEJ Foundation, that's the handle for the live stream on Facebook and YouTube. And do me a favor, please take a selfie. Take photographs while you are here and put the hashtag democracy GJF Democracy Dialogue 2024. Please, can you write it down? I'll take it again. GJF Democracy Day Dialogue 2024. Make sure all the photographs you post have the hashtag. At this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage a man whom his parents had the foresight to name Freedom because they anticipated the freedom of his country when they gave birth to him. And like prophets, it came to pass, the country gained independence. And I believe that's because they named you Freedom. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he on his part ensured that the country continued to be free by making sure that educational projects are given first right of place. It gives me great pleasure on this note to invite him, because the governor has already done a wonderful job highlighting most of his achievements, to invite on stage the chairman of this occasion, His Excellency Uhuru Magui Kenyatta, President of Kenya 2013 to 2022.
Thank you very much. Let me begin. And may you keep up with this great work. May God bless you all. May God bless beautiful Ido. May God bless Nigeria.
Amen.
God bless Africa and her children. And I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, can the applause be made resounding for His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, former President of Kenya and the indefatigable chairman for these events. Please, one more round of applause for His Excellency. We will next have a goodwill message. His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Benin, is very much here with his representatives to give solidarity to these events. And I'd like to recognize Princess Barrister Mrs. Iku Aimiwo, Uvinohwa Oredoya. Can we please applaud her? And on the entourage, we also have Chief Osaro Ida, the Obazel of Benin, Chief Matthew Atama, the Ogesoba of Benin, Chief George Igi Ekato, the Obasogi of Benin. And as royalties of this great land, the Iyase of Benin, the Prime Minister of Benin Kingdom, Chief Sam Igbe. And seated next, the very handsome Sama of the universe. And the Romanian ambassador to Edo and Delta States, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawao Igbenedion. Chancellor, Igbenedion University Okada, certificate number 001. First private university in this country is from Edo. And His Royal Majesty Omonoba Nedo Ukwabolokbolo Oba Ewa the Second Ogidigam Oba Tokbe will now send his goodwill message through Uvinohwa. Wawadikbek Bobone.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge the chief host, His Excellency, former President Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCON. I am here before you today with the great honor of presenting to you my father's goodwill message. And I read, goodwill message delivered by His Royal Majesty Omonoba Nedo Ukwabolokbolo, Ewa II, CFR, Oba of Benin, on the occasion of the Dr. Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue held on Thursday the 13th, which is today, in the ancient city of Benin, Edo State. It is with great pleasure that I welcome His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other distinguished guests to the ancient city of Benin on the occasion of the Democracy Dialogue organized by the Dr. Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. I also heartily welcome all other participants to this ancient city. The decision to host this important event in Benin City is of particular delight to me. It is a practical demonstration of the regard His Excellency Dr. Jonathan has always shown to the good people of Edo State, even during his tenure as President of Nigeria. I recall with fond memories my time as Nigerian ambassador before and in His Excellency's government, especially the courtesies he accorded to me during my service years under his government. The Democracy Dialogue being hosted today by the Dr. Goodluck Jonathan Foundation coincides with the period Nigeria celebrates its Democracy Day on the 12th of June. The theme of this year's dialogue, functional education, effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa's growth and development, speaks appropriately to the gap in the leadership recruitment process in Africa, which can be best filled with citizens who are well educated and positioned to offer effective leadership for the growth and development of the African continent. Without mincing words, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan is an exemplar of the kind of leadership which fits into the theme of this dialogue. Against the usual norm in Africa, Dr. Jonathan demonstrated his good breeding, patriotism, and statesmanship when he willingly conceded victory to the opposition during the presidential election of 2015. This singular decision averted what would have been a major calamity in the country resulting from the election, thereby strengthening the democratic consolidation process in Nigeria. As the resource persons and participants deliberate at this year's dialogue, I wish you all fruitful outing. I urge the Foundation to sustain this dialogue to the further deepening democratic values of the continent. On my part, I believe that there is a point of convergence between democratic values, which this dialogue seeks to promote, and the values that the traditional institution promotes. Indeed, democracy and the traditional institution are expressions of the will of the people, which cannot be wished away or pitched against one another. Both serve different purposes in the lives of the people. Therefore, rather than being in conflict or competition with each other, the democratic institution and the traditional institution are mutually reinforcing as they reflect the core values of the people. This dialogue may wish to reflect on this reality during its deliberations. Once again, I welcome everyone to this momentous occasion. I wish you all successful deliberations and journey mercies as you travel back. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, special message from the palace. The voice might be that of the daughter, but indeed the message is that of the Oba of Benin. Oba Atokwe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me again to recognize the chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Bayelsa State, Honorable Solomon Agwanana. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And of course, the Jaw communities of Edo State, cut across Olodiama, Igbema, Okomu, Fropa, and Barang clans are represented here by Alawe Robinson, Ogunkurowe, and Sabibowe James. You're all welcome. Thank you for being here. Beautiful delivery from the daughter of His Majesty. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, at this point, invite for goodwill message a man who is not just a financial whiz, but one who knows how to manage resources. Of course, you must know how to manage not just financial resources, but also human resources before you be given a commission like the African Union. And that is why he was made chairman of the African Union. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to specially invite to the microphone for his message the man who served as president of Benin Republic from 2006 to 2016, His Excellency Thomas Boni Yagi, former chairman, Africa Union. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. His tenure as chairman of Africa Union brought a number of pointed achievements, negotiations, agreements, and charters. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
My friend, my dear friend, forever. President Ebele, good luck. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to attend this great ceremony, not only for Nigeria, but also for our Africa and the world. I'd like to salute with respect my mother, the former First Lady, my member, I'd like to greet to accept to attend this ceremony. I would like to greet all my colleagues, President Uru and others, to accept despite their agenda to attend this ceremony. I would like to greet also and to thank warmly the governor of Edo, our friend, distinguished friends. I would like to thank you, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like just to say a few words that Ebele is my best friend in the world. Because our destinies have crossed since we were at the top of our two states, the Nigeria and Benin Republic. I told him that I used to tell him and to tell to the other president of Nigeria that Benin is the 37th state of Nigeria. We were linked and we continue to be linked. It's why I'm here. Ebele, I thank you very much. I would like to greet also the staff members, my sister Anne, and the others of the foundation. Thank you for what you are doing to support my friend, because the international legitimacy of the foundation is now is known by everybody in the world. I repeat, I know him, he knows me, the President Ebele. He is a humanist. For Africa 2063, what we want where stability, security, and shared governance reign. We can achieve these without education, which is a lever for democracies and economic development. I welcome this initiative of the foundation, whose international legitimacy is now established. Thank you, dear friend, Jonathan. Thank you, Moon, the former First Lady. Thank you to the staff of the foundation again. Allow me to share some thoughts on the importance of this term. As leaders, we have a responsibility to ensure that our education systems are inclusive, equitable, responsive, and local realities. A functional education is one that prepares our young people to be engaged citizens, competent professionals, and ethical leaders. It is the engine of economic, social, and political progress. Likewise, recruiting effective political leadership is crucial to achieving Africans' development aspirations. We need leaders of vision, integrity, and courage, capable of transcending tribal, ethnic, and religious division to serve the common good. These leaders must be prepared to sacrifice their personal interest for the good of the nation, like emblematic figures such as Kwame Nkrumah. Our dialogue today provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on these issues, share experiences, and develop concrete strategies to strengthen our democratic institutions and foster inclusive development. I'm convinced that the exchange and conclusions of this dialogue will contribute significantly to our collective quest for a better future for our Africans. I would like to warmly thank all the special guests and experts who will enrich our discussions with their insightful perspective. In conclusion, dear friends, I would like to reiterate my wishes for every success for this dialogue. May it open new paths and brings us closer to our common goals of peace, stability, security, prosperity, and progress for our continent, our dear Africa. With my most distinguished feelings, may God bless you forever, my friend. May God bless our great Nigeria. May God bless Edo State. May God bless Benin City. Benin City, may God bless Benin Republic. Is my friend, because we are thinking about how we can strengthen and renew the new, I would like to say, the new empire of Benin. I'm sure that we agree today. May God bless you together. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we applaud His Excellency for that very wonderful goodwill message? Your Excellency, thank you for speaking in English language. You know his lingua franca is French, but he did a very, very wonderful delivery in English. Can you please appreciate His Excellency once again? Otherwise, we would have needed just not a sign interpreter, but a vocal interpreter for us to comprehend. That's amazing. Before His Excellency gets to his seats, I'd like to quickly acknowledge His Excellency Elder Sheriff Oborewori, the Executive Governor of Delta States, the Big Hearts, brothers and sisters to Edo of Bendel, represented by His Excellency Sir Monday Oyeme, Deputy Governor of Delta State. Please warmly make welcome again. We appreciate Mr. Matthew Akionbare, former Principal Private Secretary to several presidents of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, including His Excellency Dr. Ebele Jonathan. Can you please acknowledge him? We thank you. Scholarly Professor Dennis Agbonlao, former Vice Chancellor of the Ambrose Ali University. Please make welcome. General Charles Omorege, former ECOMON Commander. Please make welcome to this event. May I next respectfully invite His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Architect Namadi Sambo, GCON. And you can see that solidarity and loyalty still plays out. Always identifying with his boss, and of course with our very red Mama Peace that is seated here. Our Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Patience Jonathan. Can you celebrate Mama Peace?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you. Your Excellency, my boss, always my boss, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCON, GCFR. Our mother, Mama Peace, the former First Lady, Dr. Patience Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, His Excellency Uhuru Freedom Kenyatta. I just learned of that meaning of Uhuru. Yeah, welcome, sir. His Excellency Boni Yai, the former president of Benin Republic. Yeah, welcome, sir. His Excellency Neves Mumba, my colleague and former Vice President of Zambia. My brother, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki, and your dear wife, Your Majesties, our royal fathers, Deputy Governors here present, members of the management of the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would beg to stand on the existing protocol. It is with great pleasure and a heart full of gratitude that I stand before you today at the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. I am deeply honored to be here as a special guest, and I extend my warmest thanks to the Foundation for inviting me to participate in this significant event. As we gather here in the historic city of Benin, the heartbeat of Edo, I am reminded of the vibrant spirit and rich heritage that our nation holds. This event themed functional education and effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa's growth and development touches on subjects that are not only close to my heart, but are also critical to the future of our great continent. Education and leadership, two pillars upon which any thriving society must be built. When we speak of functional education, we envisage an education system that equips our youth with the skills, knowledge, and values needed to navigate the complexities of the modern world. We envisage classrooms where critical thinking is nurtured, creativity is encouraged, and where the seeds of leadership are sown early. Effective political leadership, on the other hand, requires more than just academic prowess. It demands integrity, vision, and deep-seated commitment to the welfare of the people. It requires leaders who are not only knowledgeable, but are also compassionate and resilient. Leaders who can inspire and mobilize their communities towards common goal. And this is a leadership that we have learned from President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. As we embark on this one-day dialogue, let us do so with an open mind and a generous spirit. Let us celebrate our achievements, acknowledge our challenges, and most importantly, chart a path forward that ensures a brighter future for all Africans. In closing, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for its unwavering commitment to fostering democratic ideals and promoting sustainable development across Africa. I'm not surprised. This is a very young foundation, but it competes with foundations that have been old in this country, Africa, and the world in general. Congratulations. Your work is an inspiration to us all, and it is a testament to the power of education and leadership in shaping our future. Thank you, and may this dialogue be fruitful and impactful. Together, let us build a future of which we can all be proud of. God bless my boss, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I love that last phrase, my boss, President Goodluck Jonathan. It takes humility, and you can see the loyalty still written there. And Mama Peace agrees, she's nodding. Our Mama Dame Patience Jonathan. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going for a man of peace who served very well with the president, the former president, during their tenure. Thank you so much. And of course, while he's going to his seat, I would like to recognize the former Secretary to State Government of Bayelsa State and a retired Federal Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Dr. Godnose Bolade Igali, who is represented here by Professor Stephen Temer Olali, Historian Laureate and Pioneer Chief Historian and Archivist of Bayelsa State. You're welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we'll be moving again to another goodwill message. And permit me at this point to specially invite to speak a man whose office falls under the theme we have here today. He is the Honorable Minister for Education. Please put your hands together for him as he comes to take his goodwill message. Honorable Tahir Maman, Officer of the Order of the Niger. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, may I respectfully, humbly rest on the protocol already established. I want to thank His Excellency, our former President, Ebele Goodluck Jonathan, who literally conscripted me to be part of this event. I'd also thank the foundation for the invitation to participate in this event. How can it be? Obviously, as the Minister of Education, the person wearing the hat on behalf of the country this time around not to be part of this very, very great and epoch-making event. The nexus, the intersection between democracy, effective leadership, and education is inherent. It is large because how do we achieve the goals of democracy without a literate society? Elections can only hold meaningful elections. The process towards having leaderships can only be meaningfully put in place through people who are enlightened. How will they know the character and personalities of those who will be elected? How will the electorate know the programs of the parties who are vying for leaderships in countries without knowing, without having literate and electorate who can understand issues? Furthermore, across countries, especially in Africa and the whole world, we have chapters on fundamental rights. We have chapters on policies that will govern governance. These are not self-executing. They do not implement themselves. These are implemented by people who are elected to provide governance. So these are all the requirements. They are prerequisites for democracy to have meaning in any country. That's why sometimes when I participate in programs that discuss the importance of education, I wonder, because it's so inevitable that to humanity that we have to take it as even, as given. Now, in our own case in Nigeria, as I said, it is part of our constitution that education up to this basic education level and secondary school is compulsory and free. But again, as we said, achieving it depends on the effective leadership that will be provided by those who are elected for that purpose. Now, in our own case, we have come to terms with the twin challenges of literacy, numeracy, and quality education in Nigeria. We've had plans upon plans over the years, education plans, development plans, geared towards achieving all these goals. We, however, are not yet there. Now, the present government of Nigeria has developed, resolved to focus on 4 pillars, which is designed to achieve what we have set out to, or what we need to achieve as a country. Those pillars are captured in what we call dots. Part of these dots, for me, is captured in what I have seen being implemented in this state, which is acknowledged across the world as a state that's running programs for results. That is an accelerator state. And from the conversations I've had with the governor since yesterday, I have been particularly pleased that we have a model that is already working in the country. Congratulations, Your Excellency. And I also have been very happy because even last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, when we were at the Ministers of Commonwealth Education Conference and World Education Conference, the situation in Kenya, the achievements in Kenya were narrated to us, both from Africa and across the world. And we saw that our vision for education in Nigeria is squarely on that, which is to take reforms and education to the basic education level. So what we have done, what's coming up now, is that we are going to have a census of all our schools, all our teachers, and all our learners in Nigeria. And then we will be tracking the learning progress of every learner in this country, from primary school until they finish their school. Secondly, we are also bringing in skills into the education system, from primary school right through all the other levels, because the skills will address all the problems about literacy, illiteracy, and then empowering them, giving them the ability to connect with society and the economy. Teachers are the center of developing everything, every policy in education. We are bringing in a wholesale provisions for teachers' support and development in Nigeria. And furthermore, the issues of out of school have been a big problem for us all. Earlier on, it was mentioned 10 million Nigerians are out of school. That figure is still not known. But it is our belief that by the time we focus on which we are already doing, since in the last 2-3 months we'll be able to enroll up to 2 million Nigerian children back to school. And it is our hope that in the next 4 years we'll be able to clear the 18 million plus children out of school in the country. And the out of school children are actually a pool. I always liken them to a pool. So for us to have a long-term solution to that problem, we have to close the tap which is feeding that pool. And that's why the skilling of the education system from primary school right through other levels is the fourth policy of the government, as I mentioned. So, Your Excellency, as I said at the beginning, education, it is inevitable for us as a country, for our development, that we have to confront the basic issues confronting this education, and this is what we have set out to do. Even if this foundation focuses on education alone, that is more than enough. That's more than enough a program to give it maximum value for the country. So once more, sir, we thank you very much for bringing back this issue to the front burner again at this very key and important forum. Thank you, and God bless everybody.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister for Education, Honorable Professor Tahir Maman. Please, a better round of applause for him, Officer of the Order of the Niger and Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that we have here the representative of the Governor of Ondo State. His Excellency Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa is represented by Engineer Razak Obey, Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources in Ondo State. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have deputy governors here, representatives of governors, and would like to have them speak. But they will be coming, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when we have the comments from the special guests. But before we move to the keynote address, permit me to invite to speak for just a couple of minutes the former governor of Anambra State and former presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Peter Obi.
Your Excellency, and my own very dear senior brother, President Goodluck Jonathan, and Mama Peace. Your Excellencies, the former President of Kenya and Benin, here present, Your Excellencies, the former Vice President of Nigeria and Zambia present, Your Excellency, and my own very dear senior brother, Godwin Obaseki, and Mr. Obaseki, Your Excellencies, the Deputy Governors, Your Royal Highness, let me very respectfully stand on all due and existing protocol. Your Excellency, I thank you for the honor of inviting me. Mine is very simple. In the history of this Fourth Republic, no Nigerian have made the sacrifice you've made for this country. And I wish others can do it. I said it yesterday. You set out to correct one single thing that this country requires: free and fair election. That's all we ask for. Election where we are not going to have glitches, where the result will be announced as pronounced and people respect it. And you did that. May God Almighty continue to keep you for this country, for that single action. Your Excellency, as President, you sacrificed a lot. Nobody have contributed, again, in this Fourth Republic that I know to what you did in education. Because you know, like the minister have said, education remains the most important fundamental for development. It's been shown that the more educated a country is, the more developed. And we know that is what is keeping Nigeria today from developing. You cannot develop when Nigeria today, ranking in human capital, is 163 out of 174. We're going nowhere. You cannot develop when in HDI, which is driven by education, again, we are very low. I look at Kenya, when the President was talking, they're medium. They started with low with us. Ghana, everybody, they've all gone to medium. We remain low. So we need to deal with the issue of education. The crisis we are facing in Nigeria today, especially in the north, are people we abandoned uneducated yesterday and think we can leave them in poverty. We have to invest in education and pull poor people out of poverty. If all of us have to sleep with our eyes closed, unless we put the poor out of poverty by educating them and equipping them, everybody will be awake soon. That's the work we need to do for our country. You did that. That is why you started university in all the states of Nigeria. Thank you for that. And I hope that what minister said here, which is measurable, can be measured and can be achieved. The time of talking is over. Now it's time for action. Thank you and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Obi, His Excellency. A round of applause for him again. Thank you, for Excellency, for keeping it short and sweet. That's what we needed right now. Thank you so much for availing us with your presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us again to get into the meat of today's event, and that is the keynote address. Permit me to invite our keynote speaker, the Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding and Chairman University Council, Cavendish University, Uganda, Professor Olubayi. Would like you please to come up here and stand as we'll have your citation prepared. Not behind the microphone, sir, please. Just out here enough for everyone to see. And media, if we can have his citation now. Thank you. Just
features and
out here enough for everyone to see. And media, if we can
Education for a better world. Professor Society and Officer of University and Media Education for a better world. Professor Society and Officer of University.
Please, can you take it off loop? It is looping. Take it off loop.
With features insightful essays on the pivotal role Professor Olubayi in fostering
Excuse me. Forward. Professor Olubayi calls for a fundamental rethinking of African educational systems, urging the elimination of globally renowned models of excellence. Central to his advocacy is a dual-pronged approach strategy, one that ensures democratic universal access to education for all citizens, while currently establishing and maintaining highly selective elite institutions that educate the most talented and most gifted citizens separately. He emphasizes that most highly developed democratic nations, such as the USA, the UK, the South Korea, Israel, Singapore, and India, maintain a dual-pronged strategy featuring both inclusive institutions and highly selective elite institutions. Born and raised in Kenya and educated at Rutgers University, USA, he is the Chief Academic Officer at Marifa Education, which is a Pan-African company that owns private universities and chairs many boards, including the University Council of Cavendish University, Uganda. Before joining Marifa Education, Olubayi was the Vice Chancellor of the International University of East Africa, IUEA, in Uganda. He is a scientist and an expert on bacteria, education, learning, leadership, social entrepreneurship, and policy issues. As a scientist and eclectic scholar, Professor Olubayi earned his PhD on bacteria and plant cell interactions at Rutgers University. He holds a research patent on the fluctuation of bacteria and has published several scholarly articles in microbiology, biotechnology, and social science. As an educator, he taught at Middlesex College, USA, and Rutgers University, USA for 16 years and taught critical thinking in the IUEA MBA program. He has been an advisor and consultant to government officials in Kenya and South Africa on matters of education policy, biotechnology, sustainable development, and social cohesion policies. As a social entrepreneur, Professor Olubayi co-founded the NGO Kiwimbi International and the widely respected American nonprofit Global Literacy Project, which sets up libraries worldwide and provides global service learning opportunities. Working with Global Literacy Project, Olubayi helped ship over 2 million books from the USA to African countries as a consultant for a government commission NCRC in Kenya, Ulubai corroborates the Kenyan National Ethnic and Race Relations Policies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, a warm round of applause for our keynote speaker today, Chief Professor Ulubai, Chief Academic Officer, Mara Education Holding, and Chairman University, Cavendish University. Please let the applause reflect the fact that he is our keynote speaker this afternoon.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Ladies and Gentlemen, I will stand mostly on established protocol, but mention a few names. I'll begin with my Chancellor, Champion of Education, Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, Advocate for democracy, peace, and African development, model of humility and leadership at its best, founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, scientist, Renaissance man, our host tonight. I would also like to begin by thanking the promoter of Edo Best 2.0, Governor Obaseki. Thank you. Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, asante sana kuja leo kwa huu mjadala. Tunafurahia. His Eminence and His Royal Highness the Oba of Benin, represented, Executive Director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Anne Yonu, Professor Adebayo, the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, His Excellency Shri Balsaramam, His Excellency Dr. Mumba, Ms. Nasu Fofana, His Excellency Njoya Tikum, Commissioner Dr. Joan Osa, Minister of Education of the Federal Republic, Professor Maman, Dr. Mayaki, all government officials, the diplomatic corps, all representatives of various counties and various countries, all former presidents present, thank you for attending this meeting. I have been asked to shorten what was a 45-minute presentation. I will try to convert my 45 minutes to 25 minutes. Here is my central thesis, for which His Excellency Dr. Goodluck invited me to share with you. My central thought that I've struggled with for over 20 years is around the question of why is it that over the last 500 years, the rest of the world has moved forward, but one continent out of the 6 settled continents has not, and that is Africa. We have very many education systems across the world, and it is a complete consensus that we must educate all children. So the proposition that I want to present today has nothing against the idea that all children must be educated. So we must begin by agreeing that every child, 100%, must be provided education. So that is premise number one. 100% of all children must be provided education. This is a human right. It's part of the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights. On top of that idea of presenting education to everyone, there is another idea. This second idea has been followed on all of the 6 settled human continents except one. There is only one continent where the second idea has not been followed. Let me go back to the first idea. Idea number 1, you must educate all children. We all agree. Everybody does that. All the 6 settled continents do it. When you move to idea number 2, there is only one continent that does not do it, and that is Africa. So if you have wondered about the following, if you have wondered why all African countries must import foreign companies to build our roads and railways, all Africa import foreign companies to mine our minerals, all African countries must import foreign experts to tell us where the minerals are, even when the minerals are behind your house. All African countries must invite foreign companies to refine our minerals. All African countries must invite foreign companies to generate our electricity. All African countries must invite foreign companies to run and establish our telecommunications. All African companies export raw materials instead of manufactured materials. All machinery in Africa, all advanced electronics, everything that we admire is imported. If you want to reflect on why, it's because we are the only continent that does not implement idea number 2. We're all implementing idea number 1, which is education for all children. But there is idea number 2. This second idea, which the UK, the great home of the Industrial Revolution, established 900 years ago when Oxford University was established, and 800 years ago when Cambridge was established, is an old idea. The idea is more than 900 years old. And this is the idea that there is nothing undemocratic. There is nothing undemocratic about acknowledging that God in his wisdom made some people 6 feet tall and some people 5 feet tall. God in his wisdom made my brother, and this is a true story, a mathematician. He did not make me a mathematician. If I sit in the same class as my brother James, I cannot compete. If you take me to the same training camp as Eliud Kipchoge, Kipchoge will not benefit because I will bring his ability to run down. And I will not benefit because I will die, even though both of us are runners. If you take me to the same football academy as Mbappe, Mbappe's standards will come down and I will die in the field because we must take into account the fact that God created diversity. God created people like my brother James, who can do a lot of mathematics very rapidly. God created people like my brother, my new brother from another mother, Professor who speaks 9 languages while I speak only 3. Professor Emeka was a close friend of mine. He's from this country. He never went to secondary school because his parents had no money. He never went to undergraduate. He went straight from primary school to postgraduate in the United States of America and has a PhD in computer science. So let me now say to you, ladies and gentlemen, what idea number 2 is. Idea number 2 is that if Africa is to make any progress at all, It must do what other countries do, not what other countries tell us. Let us not do what they tell us. Let us do what they do. And I will mention a few examples rapidly in a rather random order because my time is highly limited. Let's begin again with the United Kingdom, the great industrial revolution that changed the world. The country that conquered ancient Berlin. Okay, in 1897, although Berlin was extremely in 1897, the British were able to come to this sacred ancient city and conquer it because they had advanced in knowledge and they had made better weapons than the weapons of Berlin. They had made better weapons than the weapons of China. So in 1839, they were able to arrive in China and take over Hong Kong, okay, and create the Opium Wars. Because they had advanced beyond the rest of us. So you ended up with the British Empire. Why? Because the technology was more advanced. Now, how do you get advanced technology? The answer is, what is idea number 2? As much as you must educate all children, you must also set up special schools for the most gifted and the most talented children. If you attempt to educate the most gifted and most talented children in the same classroom as people like me, they will drop out. It will be too boring for them. They will become drunks. They will be declared misbehaving. True story. There's a child in my village. It's called Victor. I set up a library in the village in Western Kenya based on an old idea from Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, which says there should be a library in every village. Again, all the 6 settled continents have libraries almost in every village and town. Only one continent does not, and that continent is Africa. Victor is in grade 1. Victor is already doing grade 4 and grade 5 mathematics. He knows more mathematics than his teacher. If I did not set up the library, Victor would already be losing his mind. So what Victor does, he basically runs out of class and spends his time in the library studying mathematics. What other countries have done is to set up schools for people like Victor, people like Professor Emeka, people like my brother, the mathematician, and many of us know people like that. That is why, if you take the next example, and I'm doing this somewhat randomly, let me just jump forward because this speech has been rearranged because of time. I'm going to jump forward to an interesting illustration of what happens when certain decisions are made. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this story. There's a country that was as poor as Nigeria in 1947. That country is called India. India is no longer as poor as Nigeria. Nigeria goes to India for technology. Kenya goes to India for technology. America goes to India for technology. Now listen to this list. Just listen, ladies and gentlemen. The CEO of Microsoft, which is one of the largest companies in the world, the CEO of the American company Microsoft is Mr. Satya Nadella. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of Google, and we're all Googling all the time, is Mr. Sundar Pichai. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of IBM is Mr. Arvind Krishna. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of Adobe, the graphics giant, is Mr. Shantanu Narayan. He was born and educated in India. The CEO of Starbucks was born and educated in India. Is Mr. Laxman Narasimhan. The dean of the world's most prestigious business school, which influences the whole world, which tells us it's responsible for all the good things and all the bad things. That's Harvard University. The dean of the business school of Harvard University is Professor Sirikant Datar, born and educated in India. How is this possible? This is possible because in 1945, before the formation of the new Republic of India, which became independent in 1947, Nehru sat down with his team and said, we are poor. How can we become rich? And the answer was, yes, we shall educate all Indians, but we shall form 4 schools to educate the genetic accidents. Those people who read 1 book a day while the rest of us read 1 book a month. People like my friend Okafo, whom I met at university in America. He had come from Enugu. Okafo arrived having memorized all of Nelcon. For those of you who remember the physics text Nelcon. Okay. Okafo did not need to go to class. He only needed to take his exams. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, what India did in 1945 in its discussions and then implemented in 1947 is they created schools for Okafo, while we let Okafo stay drunk because he cannot sit in our ordinary classes. They are too poor. He knows more than the teacher. That is idea number 2. If this continent is to rise at all, every kingdom, every county, every town, every city, every local government area must have at least 1 secondary school, 1, for the genetic accidents, for the people who can make rockets. These people exist in your village. They are walking barefoot and they will become alcoholics. And we usually call them witch doctors because they see what we cannot see. True story. In December, I was at home in Amagoro, Busia County, Kenya. I met a boy, his name is Sheraton, carrying jerrycans of water, and schools had opened. I said to him, what's the problem? Why are you not in school? He had trouble speaking because his brain does not do ordinary language, it does mathematics. So I asked him, did you go to grade 8? He said yes. How many points did you get? The points he gave me were so high, I told him, go get the report. I don't believe this. He brings the report to me. I look at his scores. They were so high, I decided to put him in my car and ask him a few questions. So I asked him, true story, I said, tell me, Sheraton, what is 0 divided by 9? He answered correctly. He said it is 0. Then I said, but Sheraton, what is 9 divided by 0? He looked at me and kept quiet and he said, Professor, it's not possible. And I asked him why. He explained to me, Sheraton on his own already discovered the concept of infinity, walking barefoot in the village. I immediately took Sheraton and paid fees to go to one of our high schools. He arrived late 2 days before the exam. He had the highest score in mathematics on arrival. Okay. When he came back for the holiday a month later, I met with him at the library. I asked him, how was school? He said to me, it's too easy. Okay. So I asked him, what are you doing currently? He said, oh, I'm very happy I discovered a book here. So I asked him to show me the book, Calculus. He's in grade, what we call in Kenya Form 1, grade 9. Ladies and gentlemen, all the continents of the world have implemented idea number 1, including Africa. There is only one continent that has not implemented idea number 2. It's Africa. If this continent is to rise at all, and I'm repeating myself, every town must have a special high school for the most gifted children. And those children will come from the poorest families and the richest families. This is democracy. This is how you lift the poor. You lift the poor by taking their children whom God has given gifts and putting them in special schools. The way that my friend Ngugi wa Thiong'o tells me that he had no idea when one of his teachers came and held him and said, you are going to Alliance High School. He said he arrived in Alliance, he was in shock. He had never seen such a thing. He did not know that you could have a room full of books. That's Ngugi wa Thiong'o talking to me. And Ngugi today is considered one of the world's greatest living writers because he went to a school called Alliance, which the British created for genius kids, which we are now killing. I will stop within the next 6 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm just running around my paper because I have to cut it down. Let me just mention a few statistics. Now, these statistics, for thoughtful Africans, you will need some whiskey tonight. It will be difficult to sleep. There are 3 organizations in the world that rank universities. And these are the Times Higher Education ranking of world universities, the QS ranking of world universities, and the Shanghai Academic ranking of world universities. According to these 3 ranking organizations, and by the way, how do they rank? The ranking is based on 1, research productivity, 2, the ratio of students to professors, 3, number of patents produced, 4, endowment dollars, how much money does the university have, 5, selectivity, how selective is the university. Based on these rankings, our continent, which has 1.5 billion people, 54 countries, not one of our universities appears in the top 100 universities in the world, not even the University of Cape Town. The University of Cape Town was among the top 100 until we took over the control of South Africa. It's no longer among the top 100. Now listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Singapore, which has a population of 5 million, has 2 universities among the top 100. South Korea, which was poorer than Ghana in 1960, has 5 universities among the top 100. If you're wondering why South Korea could summon African presidents to their headquarters. South Korea, population 52 million, 5 universities among the top 100. That is why you end up with Samsung. That's why you end up with LG. That's why you end up with Kia. That's why you end up with Control. That's why you end up with a GDP of 1.7 trillion, while Kenya's GDP is only 113 billion. Let me mention a few more of these statistics. And please feel free to stop me. Now listen to this, and you can double check it on your phone later. The World Intellectual Property Organization, which registers inventions, and remember we're standing in Benin. In this city, 2,000 years ago, at the time of the birth of Jesus Christ, Africans had discovered iron. They were smelting it in Benin. 2,000 years ago. 500 years ago, right here in Edo, people discovered how to mix copper with tin to make bronze. That is 500 years ago. Today, we are discovering nothing. Now, for those of you who have read the book A Bend in the River by V.S. Naipaul, this is what V.S. Naipaul, this is how it opens, and it's about Africa. Those men who allow themselves to become nothing Let me see if I can actually read you the quote directly, because it actually captures a lot of what has happened. And I'll come back to this very quickly. And if I don't find the quote, I will somehow pull it out of my head in the next few seconds. Okay, I found it, okay. This is Naipaul in A Bend in the River. The world is what it is. Those men who are nothing or allow themselves to become nothing have no place in it. If we don't take idea number 2 seriously, your great-grandchildren will become nothing. We shall be recolonized and re-enslaved. Let me quickly take you back to WIPO, and I would rather actually read it directly, and if I can't read it directly, I'll pull it out of my head somehow. Okay, now listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Discoveries. When you discover anything in your universities or in your research clusters, you have to register a patent. Israel, the country of Israel, which has a population of 9 million, which is half of the population of Lagos, 9 million. Now remember, they give aid to Kenya and to Zambia and to Nigeria and to South Africa. How many are they? 9 million. Israel in 2022, according to the World Intellectual Property Organization, registered 17,327 discoveries, patents. 17,327. Nigeria, with a population of over 220 million, registered 16. Ghana registered 11. Zambia 14. Egypt 866. All the 54 countries of Africa, with a population of over 1.5 billion, registered less discoveries than Israel. Okay. All of us together cannot compete with 9 million people. 9. Reason, idea number 2. When it comes to research publications in science and technology and other fields, the whole of Africa has only 2%. And 90% of the 2% come from one country. Can you guess which one? South Africa. Because that's the only country that has a university among the top 200. And it's the only country that has universities that appear among the top 300. At the very top, you have UCT and you have WITS. Okay. I will stop very soon. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'll mention a few more stories with apologies for people who have to go to the airport. I will mention a few more stories with serious apologies. Let me jump to something else. Talking about leadership. The United States of America, which is a democracy and a champion of free markets, is heavily subsidizing semiconductors for artificial intelligence and technology. Heavily subsidizing, literally giving billions of dollars to companies. You give the company money, okay? That is free markets in the United States. Lots of money going into agriculture, semiconductors, automobiles, electric automobiles. That's the US. China, where we import almost everything, is heavily subsidizing industry, openly, billions of dollars into batteries and EVs. Every continent is heavily supporting their industries except one continent. Can you guess which one? Let me jump to another idea. When children are trying to understand the world, and by the way, almost every child is born very curious, always asking questions. Okay. In other words, almost every child is actually a genius, almost. Okay. Now, look at something so complicated like human language. By age 2, our children can speak a human language. That's how bright they are. But there's a second language that every child has to be taught, and it's a slightly more difficult language. That language is called mathematics. Now listen to this. God in his wisdom made 7 continents. One of the 7, which is Antarctica, people don't live there permanently. So there are 6 left where we can live. There's only one continent out of the 6 where you take people who know 0 mathematics to teach in grade 1, 2, and 3. Can you guess which one? One continent. My daughter goes to an expensive private school in Nairobi. Listen to this story. When it's time for French, I remember when she was in grade 3, at the time for French, they would bring in a French teacher because there's an understanding that the class teacher doesn't know French, which is true. At the time for music, they would bring in the music teacher because there's understanding that the class teacher doesn't know music, which is true. At the time for the most important thing on earth, which is mathematics, she would be taught by her classroom teacher who knows zero mathematics. And that is at the best schools in Nairobi. The math teacher comes in grade 4 in Africa. This is the only continent where children meet a math teacher in grade 4. There is no other. If you have ever wondered why our scores in mathematics are very low, in Kenya, only 10% of our children ever pass mathematics. I have the data from the Kenya National Examination Council. 10%. In Zambia, mathematical proficiency is 2.5%. Reason, the math teacher appears after you have given up when you're in grade 4. Now, is that math teacher physically present at the school? Yes. But it hasn't occurred to anyone on this continent to bring the math teacher to grade 1. And this is the age of STEM. This is the age of artificial intelligence. Good luck. If you have a child in a good private school, go find out who's teaching them mathematics in grade 1. It will be someone who cannot answer the question, what is 10% of 200? And that is at our best schools. In the interest of time, I will close by asking questions. Question 1. Why did the World Bank and the IMF in the 1990s, and remember the guys who come from the World Bank have gone to the best schools in the world. They are coming from elite universities like Harvard, Yale, Oxford. In fact, before I go there, let me say a little bit more about India again, because India is a very good model for Africa. The 4 IITs are now 23. Okay? So that's why India is able to produce global talent in technology, engineering. They are now 23. One of my friends who is a graduate of IIT told me that during his year, the cutoff for admission was a 98% in mathematics. If you had 95, you couldn't get into IIT Mumbai at the time. Were they able to fill the class? Yes. So if we want to get anywhere, idea number 2. Some quick questions. I will end soon. Question 1, why did people from the best universities come to Africa and tell us to stop funding our universities? Stop funding Ibadan. Stop funding Makerere. Stop funding the University of Dar es Salaam. And we accepted. Meanwhile, they are still funding Harvard, Oxford, Yale. That was called the structural adjustment programs. Why is the University of Ibadan not among even the top 500? Why is the University of Nairobi collapsing from lack of funding? Why do we imagine that a university can raise money to run itself? And by the way, in all of the world, the government, the public, the private corporations, the alumni fund the university. And most of the money comes from government. There is only one continent where we are told the university should fund itself. Can you guess which one? why is it that the UK, the United Kingdom, which is a democracy, and the United Kingdom has they actually have over 3,000 secondary schools. But they have selected 163 out of over 3,000. These are called grammar schools. Highly protected, well-funded by the government of the UK for 500 years. Why are they telling us not to fund our schools? The United States, I lived half my life in the US. Every state has a flagship institution. Every high school has an honors program for people like Okafor and Emeka. Okay? Rutgers, where I went to school and taught, when I was doing my PhD at Rutgers, I was made a hall director in the honors college. It's a public school, but within the university there's a special college for genius kids, and they live separately. Okay, Brett Hall was for honors college students only. Why have we not borrowed those ideas? Next question. Why is it that in democratic countries like South Korea, Israel, India, the United States, the UK, Denmark, Finland, the list goes on and on. In those democratic countries, it is democratic to have special elite schools. In Africa, it's not. Why? In Africa, we're told that the University of Nairobi should be funded at the same level as the University of Kabianga. That Ibadan should be funded at the same level as, you can name it. Okay. In economic development, why is it a free market for other democracies to support their industries and protect their industries, but it's not a free market when Africa does that? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if we care at all for the future of Africa and for the future of our great-grandchildren, if we care at all for our dignity, if we want to avoid becoming nothing, we must each, beginning today, ask the question, how shall a special secondary school be established in my village or town or local government area or county or church? We must, beginning today, say, how can we make sure that each of the 54 countries of Africa, yes, continues to educate everybody at university, but has at least one university for the genius kids? Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, you now know why he is our keynote speaker. Even his CV didn't do him justice. And even though he has given us sobering statistics, they are not meant to dampen our morale, but they are meant to charge us and make us chart a new course. And if we can do that, we can declare this Democracy Day dialogue a huge success. Please, a round of applause again for our keynote speaker as we begin to prepare the grounds for one of the important tasks that will be carried out here this afternoon, which is the signing of an agreement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may please be seated. Thank you. Professor Olubayi, Chief Academic Officer, Marifa Education Holding and Chairman, University Council, Cavendish University. I like the method he used. You know, while reeling some of those statistics, if he had mentioned the continent, he might have been accused of calling the continent. So much time he will ask, which continent? And of course, the audience supplied the answer. We're signing the MOU shortly. I'd like to invite the representative of UNDP to please step forward, and the executive director of GJF, please. We can make that as fast as possible. Please, a round of applause for them. This is a very symbolic action. This is making sure that we're not here for mere rhetorics, but we're here for action. And so this MOU will be signed shortly, after which we move to the panel session. But before then, we'll have group photographs here for all those on the front row. We'll make it as fast as possible. Thank you. Cameramen, you can take strategic locations so you can cover the signing. Signing on behalf of UNDP is His Excellency Njoya Tikum, the Director, UNDP Sub-Regional Hub for West and Central Africa. And of course, signing for GJF is Ms. Anne Yonu. So both of them are putting pen to paper to ensure this MOU is signed and ensure that we move ahead to bring more development to African region. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. If we can have them move the tables again, thank you. As we prepare for, and please, they will be presenting that to the former president. They will present a copy of the MOU to the founder of the GJF Foundation. Your Excellency, they are coming to you as they present the MOU to him. Please move to His Excellency and show him a copy of the signed MOU. Cameramen, you know what to do. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. The UNDP Director, please. All right. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take the group photograph. Patriot is here and will be coordinating the photograph session.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, just before the group photograph, we'd like you to watch the screens. In Edo, we have a good story to tell. And I'm happy that these statistics are coming out at this very strategic moment of our existence. The Education Week for Edo is on. And His Excellency, our education-friendly governor, Godwin Nogagase Obaseki, is very, very strict on the instruction that no Edo child should be left behind because of where they come from. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the Edo best story for the next 3 minutes. Kindly please watch the screens.
Let's move away from education for certificates to education for work. 7.5 years ago, we were schooling and not learning. if you compare the learning outcomes today with what we met in 2017, it's like night and day. Our children in our school systems are a lot more confident. They are more knowledgeable. A child who is 10 years old is learning at about 70% equivalent child in Europe or America. We're talking almost 400,000 children whose lives are being changed by ensuring that additional education that can see them through life. And so we have a whole system in place that helps us monitor and check what's going on in our school system. Evening classes for people who missed the opportunity of formal basic education. This reform at this scale would not have been possible but for technology. Teachers have become so motivated, so excited. Their level of confidence soared. Awaken the consciousness and lift our people from an analog mode to one in which they are now aware of technology and learn to use technology from a very early age. The reaction was electric.
We thank God for the development, development. Really enhances our teaching.
By the time you finish your GSS 3, you should be able to know what to do with your life. What you need the most is the foundation. The emphasis, create livelihood for yourself. Then you now should be exposed to either a vocation or a skill. So if you don't have the opportunity to continue in life, you'll be able to fend for yourself. Let's move away from education for certificates to education for work.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, very distinguished guests, would have loved to take the group photograph now, but His Excellency, the education-friendly governor, will be joining us very shortly, and when he does, the pictures will be taken. Eben Keys will fill in the gap with a spoken word. I'd like you to meet one of the best. He is not just a son, his name is Aiboedefe Osawese Ebenezer, a graduate of microbiology from Benson Idahosa University. Is an international poet, a writer, author. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the spoken word, Eben Keys.
The ancient city is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. Every hour of every day is the appointed time for greatness. Like Messi, when we watch for rights, your time to be great is always right at hand. Arise, sons and daughters of the soil. You have planted your seeds in the firmest fruit. It is time to spring forth and let your greatness be so evident in your fruits. Arise, for the founding fathers have labored. Fathers when no see shawarma to chop. but they put the sauce in this age when they wrapped the fabrics of our history with standards never to be dropped. So tell everybody so they know that if they ever wanted to go treasure hunting, they should look at the hearts of the Edos because they are made of gold. You see, this one no be tales by moonlight, but look up to the moon at night and see that you are a shining light and a story that deserves to be told. So arise. It is time to take it up a notch, just like the Eben in the hand of the great Oba. It is time to seize the moment, for it belongs to you, just like the streets of Eridiawa and Aduwawa. Our treasures are found in all nations. Our greatness is second to none. Fully loaded and always ready to take our shot, we are making mockery of guns. To all who hail from this great land, to all the young and even the old, it is time to turn the caps lock on. Alas, it is time to stand up bold. It is time to stand together like our ancestors did when they fought those battles so that we may never entertain destruction. It is time to find common ground despite our diversity and unite like sin at the center of Five Junction. It is time for us to unite. Unite like say we be water and gari so that we fit continue to the rise. Make we sit down together and make better pepper soup with all the pepper and don't try to put for inside our eyes. You see the future is strong like Bomo or rough like Shaki, or if it join anyhow like roundabouts. But we not go ever chicken out because we dey always meet up to expectation. You see the future is bright, but the light is somewhere inside of your heart. So it is time to wake up from your hibernation. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the soil. It is time to teach your sons and your daughters that they are of the soil. Teach them that before the age of the internet, there was a web made out of love that held their ancestors together. Tell them that before the age of following each other on social media, goodness and mercy followed them because of the way they followed up with one another. Teach them that the ones that came before them fought for them with their blood, and it can never be in vain. Teach them that the future is a heavy responsibility, but discipline pass as the brain. Teach your children so they might teach their children to come. That greatness is close to their reach if they open their eyes to see. Teach them that they come from the great and mighty Edo State, the land that others dream to be. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you celebrate Eben Keys?
Eben Keys is the convener of Keys Concerts, an annual spoken word, poetry, and music stage production and concert.
And that initiative is being supported by Excellency, the First Lady of Edo, Dr. Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, promoting young talents, discovering young talents, and selling them to the world. Can you make some noise for the most prolific First Lady in Nigeria?
Thank you very much.
Now,
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're now moving to the group photographs.
we'll invite the Excellency seated in front to please kindly come forward for a group photograph to be joined by the representative of the Oba of Benin, the Esama of Benin, the Iyase of Benin, to please join in this very important picture.
Okay, we'll take it up. Let's take it up here.
The pictures downstairs because of our elder statesmen.
Because
so they don't
of our
climb
elder
the steps.
statesmen, let's take it down here. Thank you. The cameraman, you can take the center aisle. Let's clear the center aisle for just the cameraman, please. Your Excellencies, you may please step forward.
All the visiting presidents, vice presidents, and our panelists will join. His Dr. Mrs. Patience Goodluck Jonathan.
You need to move back, please. The cameraman, please.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. We can please step forward for the pictures
You may
now.
please step forward, Your Excellencies.
We'll invite Ubi Nohwa and the reps.
Immediately after this, we're getting into the panel discussions. And of course, the panelists will be x-raying some of the points made by our keynote speaker. The cameraman, you have to still move back.
And so, cameraman, can you kindly please move back? Thank you. Pictures don't lie. We're trying to avoid senior citizens climbing the stage, but I think the young can brave climbing the stage.
Yes.
The young at heart can brave climbing the stage. The senior citizens can remain downstairs. The younger ones can climb the stage up.
Yes.
So we can have the young at hearts can please come up. Senior citizens can remain down. Welcoming Her Excellency Mrs. Sandra Mobayo, wife of Deputy Governor Edo. The summer will be standing with Mr. Governor, the Iyase. Ubi Nohwa will also be with His Excellency.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
This is amazing. This is historical.
All right, the cameraman, take your establishment shots, please.
We have 1 more minute, and that will be it for the pictures. So kindly, the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue, hosted in Edo, Benin City, the capital. Can you please applaud the excellencies as they return back to their seats?
And as they return, we're immediately convening the panel. I would like to, without further ado, invite our moderator, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi. Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, please. We'd like to have you on stage now. We're moving straight to the panel session. He is to be joined by His Excellency Dr. Neves Sequila Mumba. His Excellency Dr. Neves Sequila Mumba will be joining them up here as a panelist, the former Vice President of the Republic of Zambia. We already have on the stage His Excellency Dr. Neves Sequila Mumba. Please, we would like our moderator to come up, Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, please. Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, member of the Board of Trustees, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Also to come up here as a panelist is the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, His Excellency Shriji Balasubramanian. His Excellency Shriji Balasubramanian the Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria. Your Excellency, thank you for being here. You can have your seat. I would also like to invite again to the stage His Excellency Njoya Tikum, Director UNDP Sub-Regional Hub for West and Central Africa. His Excellency Njoya Tikum. All right, my moderator is on stage now. Also joining the moderator and the panelists is the Commissioner for Education, Edo State, Dr. Joan Osa of Yahweh. Dr. Joan Osa of Yahweh. Commissioner for Education in Edo State is a member of the panel. May I also invite to join the panel the Acting Executive Secretary.
Can we please resume our seats? Thank you.
Please, if we can have our seats.
Can we please resume our seats?
The Acting Executive Secretary, National Universities Council is already on stage, Dr. Chris Meyaki.
Please resume your seats, Your Excellencies.
Thank you. May I also invite the only female on this panel, Miss Nasu Genevieve Fofana. Miss Nasu Genevieve Fofana, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Susu Women's Finance.
The deputy governors will be giving their goodwill after the discussant. Please resume your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
All right, just joining us on stage now is Miss Nasu Genevieve Fofana.
We'll invite the Archbishop of the Metropolitan See of Benin, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Kubeze, represented by the Dean, Very Reverend Father Dr. Charles Omogiate, to please come to his seat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We are going to get the panel session underway. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your attention. We've had a very riveting keynote address, which I think for many of us Nigerians in the hall would have sent us asking a lot of questions of ourselves. And recalling what our chief host, former President Jonathan, said yesterday at the state banquet about the special scholarship scheme which he had established during his time in office. As I listened to Professor Lubai, my question was, what do we do to ensure continuity? Because there's a sense in which government after government, we do have initiatives that identify talent and that try to nurture talent in our system. But when governments come and go, those initiatives also seem either to end or to be diluted. I've heard of all the great things that His Excellency Governor Obaseki has been doing for the last 7.5 years. Again, listening to Professor Olubayi, I said to myself, I pray that the foundation which you have tried to lay afresh, building on the works of the likes of former Governor Ogbemudia, that foundation will also be sustained after you leave office. And perhaps the theme of sustainability is one of those which we will try to address in this panel. What do we do as Africans to ensure that winning initiatives that are introduced are perpetuated over a period of time until we manage to change the game effectively in our favor? What I propose to do with this panel, you are not listening. Can you please be quiet? Okay. What I propose to do is to invite each of you as panelists to take 3 minutes to share some of your own thoughts in the first instance with us, and then thereafter I will follow with a few questions. And I hope that we can make this an interactive session in which we will be able to invite experiences and ideas also from the audience in order to have a rounded conversation. And I'll urge you to be as crisp and as brief as possible. Let me begin with you, Vice President Nevas Mumba. You have been in the field of play, and you've also been an academic. You've been an academic, you've been an activist, you've been passionate about these issues of education and transformation on our continent. What are the issues which strike you the most as important for us to put on the table in your first 3 to 5 minutes of intervention?
Thank you so much, moderator. Allow me to use this opportunity to salute the vision bearer, His Excellency the President, Goodluck Jonathan, for affording me this opportunity to be part of this great event. I feel like a little fish in the middle of an ocean that is occupied by African giants that have spoken. Allow me to dedicate this short statement to the next generation of African leaders. I think the previous speaker has made it extremely clear, and most of Africans understand our shortcomings. We have analyzed our problems, we have analyzed our failures, and we know exactly why we are backward as a continent. The next generation of Africans must now roll up their sleeves and begin to do what they know we must do to change the trajectory of our continent from being a backward continent to being a continent that becomes a leader amongst other continents. We know our problem, we know our sickness, and everybody cites them. But time has come for us to address the actual issues by changing our continent. So to the younger generation, in 1964, my own country, Zambia, got its independence. Our first president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, came and decided to deal with education as the first problem. Because in the 70 years of the British rule, they had only produced 100 graduates in Zambia. After 27 years of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda in government, by the time he left, he had trained 35,000 from the University of Zambia, showing the dedication and the clear understanding that if we do not educate our young people on the continent, we could not sustain our newly found independence, neither could we sustain our aspirations for development. So our founding fathers knew exactly what was needed. Let me move quickly to the significance of education, besides all the other obvious things that have been discussed across this platform today. We must understand that Africa has adopted the system of democracy as a means to choose our leaders. But democracy was never designed for the uneducated or uninformed. Democracy was actually started for people of clear understanding with good education, because the meaning of democracy is the fact that the democratic machine reflects the very levels and thinking of society. It fishes from the social understanding of society. So if the society is educated and you go to a democratic process, you are going to come up with answers and solutions that are going to help the country move forward. It is for this reason that Africa continues to suffer for two reasons. Number one, we understand the fact that Africans who have no education have no appreciation of the choices they make during elections. I'm involved in a lot of election observation across the continent, and I do understand that fraudulent elections are one problem that we have in Africa, but we also have the problem of lack of education amongst the voters who think of today when they are voting. They cannot connect the power of their choice to the sufferings that they are going through. It becomes our responsibility to help this continent begin to appreciate that the leader you choose is going to actually plan out your future for the next number of years. This is the challenge that we are facing today. I also want to talk about the issue of just understanding the fact that there are questions that functional education must answer. The first question that the functional education must answer really is, who are we? Who are we as a people? Because we discover that when the colonizers were amongst us, they forgot to include in the syllabus the description of who we are as a people, our significance, what it means to be an African. They taught us we are second-class citizens. They taught us we did not match up to the other kind of human beings. And because of the lack of understanding, we have not been able to rise to the occasion. So I think that democracy being a philosophy of choice means that the quality of our choice depends on leadership. Let me move quickly to answering these three questions that must be involved in functional education. Number one, who are we? Number two, what do we want as Africa? Number three, who should we charge with the responsibility of leading us on the continent of Africa? I suggest, Mr. Moderator, that firstly, one lesson colonizers left out of the syllabus was answering the question of who we are as a people, our significance, that we deserve the best just like any other race, that we are not second-class human beings. We must convince our new generation that Africa was not an afterthought, but actually it is the cradle of human development and the source of all knowledge. Africans must know that it is the origin of all science. And we should also teach our children that basically when we talk about superpowers of America, the first superpower ever known in the world was here on the continent of Africa in the name of Egypt. So we should first of all answer the question, who are we, in order for significance to come back. Secondly, we must answer the question, what do we want? What is our collective vision or aspiration for us as a people? The Bible states that without a vision, people perish. And African nations must come to a place where we have a consensus agreement of what we want to become. The United States of America has made for itself a statement which they call the American dream. And in order to explain what that means, in a few words, the American dream is the belief that anyone, regardless of where they were born or what class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society in which upward mobility is possible for everyone. Africa, we need to have a goal so that every successful government does not come in and dismantle what the previous government was doing, but rather build upon it, because we are all agreed on the core vision of the continent. And I think this, in closing, let me now directly address the young people of our generation. As long as we are being sustained by outside forces and powers and provisions, Africa cannot become a leader. Not too long ago, in Zambia, and I think maybe Nigeria was also affected, Facebook died. It just died and dropped for 30 minutes. There was panic in the nation because a lot of people cannot do without Facebook. They can't do without internet. And I think we have come to a place with a new generation that let us be original and learn to domesticate everything we receive from outside in order for us to create a destiny for ourselves. If we depend on Moscow, we depend on Washington for our daily lives. The day they will switch us off in Moscow, the day they will switch us off in Washington, we will be going in all different directions without knowing where we are. Let's own our destiny. Let's take from the international community, but let's domesticate it, because really that's what matters to move our continent forward. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mumba. And I hear you when you say that education is a necessary condition for democracy to thrive. It may be necessary, but is it sufficient? You talk of the importance of knowing who we are. Well, we stopped teaching history in our schools. Do you teach history in Zambia?
Yeah.
In schools, African history? Because those are the kinds of things that were important at a point in time in our history, post-independence, in trying to define our identity and to recover the narratives about who we are, but which in the course of the 1990s, as the keynote speaker told us, some clever people from Washington, from the IMF and the World Bank, came to tell us that certain disciplines were no longer worth teaching, history being one of them. And so at the end of the day, we are nurturing a generation of people in our educational systems who actually are not anchored in our history and environment. Now I'd like to come back to pursue that a little bit with you after I have heard from the High Commissioner of India, and you've heard a lot about India evoked by the keynote speaker today. What has been the Indian secret?
Namaste from India. Standing on existing protocol, let me first thank the organizers, former President, His Excellency, Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, and our host over here, Governor Obasaki, for this opportunity to share what India has done over the past about 75 years in reaching where it has come to. One of the major things, we have heard from the keynote speaker about the importance of education. Importance of education is something that has been known for quite long in India. In the 4th century AD, there was this university which was an international university called as Nalanda University, which survived by attracting people from all over the world to India for learning. And it survived for 800 years, till the 12th century. And today, in India, India has a little more population than Nigeria. We are just 1.46 billion people. And with this number of people, it becomes really difficult to actually provide free education and educational capacities to all our citizens. And the competition certainly is also quite high. So every parent, like in Africa, like in Nigeria, every parent is there pushing the child to have better education, because only education will provide the opportunity to survive and to lead in the world, to basically to survive in the world. So over the period of 75 years, as the keynote speaker had himself said, that starting from 1945, before our independence, we actually started with education. There are 5 areas in which the government of India, successive governments of India had concentrated. Owing to paucity of time, I'll just point them out. The first one is food security, because when in 1947 we had 330 million people and we were seeking arms from outside, called PL 480 and other things, where we had to get the grains. So that was not something that was good or augur well for the country. So we went in for green revolution, so we ensured food security. The second thing we ensured, and when I say 5 things, all these things were simultaneously done, not linearly one after the other. So the first one was food security, second one was education, third one was ensuring health for all the citizens, fourth was creating employment opportunities through MSME, and the fifth one was building infrastructure. Education has always been part of the most important requirement of the growth of any country, its economy, its polity, and as such. And if we come over to Nigeria on the bilateral relations, in 1962, our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, had visited and met the then Prime Minister, Mr. Tafawa Balewa. And at that point of time, Mr. Balewa had asked, Prime Minister Nehru had asked, what can India do for Nigeria? So one of the things that the Prime Minister then had said was he wanted teachers, and that started the cooperation between India and Nigeria from mid-60s till end 80s about teachers teaching in all the institutions over here. Nigeria has always held a very important spot in the diplomatic relations of India. We started our bilateral relations in 1958, 2 years before your independence, and that continued with even the leadership today. When we got the presidency of G20, we had invited Nigeria as the member, as the guest country to participate in G20. So there were various things that we had done. What did the government do when they did the 5 things? I can narrate that into major 3 points. The first one is the role of the government. When the role of the government is creating the number of universities or the places where education can be given to children and to the adults over there, to make them capable of facing the world. Child to continue with the education. So to retain the children, we started something called as a midday meal scheme, which also provided nutrition and allowed the children, because the parents need not worry about at least 1 meal for the child. So they kept sending the child, but the condition was that the child will have to attend the school. So midday meal scheme was introduced. Cycles were given to girls who came in. Toilets, separate toilets for girls was made. I mean, these were some of the fundamental things which were brought into the system. Today, I am cognizant of the fact of Edo Best, which is one of the major initiatives in Edo State, and how successful it has been. Yesterday, the governor was telling about it. It is very proud to hear that. We also had certain innovations that were brought in. One such thing is midday meal scheme. And then, availability of infrastructure is always an issue. It's a question of demand and supply. So the existing schools and existing colleges were run in 2 shifts. We started doing the evening colleges to allow people to come and start studying further while they were working during the daytime. That and the distant education, and COVID has taught us with many things on online education, so adapting those things. Then comes the funding part of it. I'll just take 2 more minutes. Funding part of it is that the government will have to fund. We send about 2.9% of our GDP, which is about $112 billion annually into thing, which is less, but we are still doing it. Then the corporate social responsibility is there. And then we came out with the innovation of education cess. Any person who is paying income tax, 2% additional cess was taken from him. So last year it was about $6.2 billion that was collected through education cess, which goes for a schooling system. Then we also had this concept of exchanges. after India has got a large diaspora who has done well outside. The keynote speaker spoke about it also. So we wanted them to come back and teach our own people. So we started some schemes like Gyan and Spark, in which professors who were working outside came over and taught at higher institutions for say 3 days, 5 days for a compensation which was quite substantive. Then we had also the concept of JAPA. So when the brain drain was happening, today we do have something called as brain circulation. People who had gone outside have now found opportunities back in India. They come back and set up things, both education and also the industries. And then adoption of technology. All these things have impacted. How did they impact? How does education impact? I'll just reduce it to 1 second. Education brings in a major middle class. And the middle class actually demands more services and demands more things because they see various things and they want those things for themselves and for their children. So when the middle class becomes stronger, which is only possible through education, the economy grows and the polity also comes in. The leadership part of it, the middle class will start demanding. So I would stop over here and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Your Excellency. The key bullet for me there is the importance of education as a pathway out of poverty and the creation of a middle class that demands accountable government, which is the heart of democracy. And you've told us the 5 key pillars around which India's strategy was built. My question to you as a follow-up, which I'll come back to you later for, is precisely on the question of sustainability from government to government. Within an ambitious national plan, how did you stick to a plan to achieve those 5 pillars simultaneously as to produce the India of today? Well, let's go to Ms. Fofana. Ms. Fofana, you've also listened keenly to the keynote address and the examples of how to nurture talent, which Professor Olubai shared with us. What are your first reactions?
Is it on? Yeah. Let me commence by extending my gracious appreciation to the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for getting me here from Sierra Leone. I really want to commend my colleague Yale Fellow, Madam Anne, for the good work that she has done. But I really want to say a very big thank you to the women of Nigeria for influencing some of what we do in Sierra Leone. And one person who is here today is Mama Patience. I served as Special Gender Advisor to the former president of Sierra Leone, and you visited Sierra Leone and you also invited us so many times to Nigeria to come and see the great work that you were doing. Another woman who has influenced some of what I'm going to talk about is Dr. Oputu, who showed us that women can do a lot more in the private sector, especially when it comes to industry. Following up on what the keynote speaker said, my initial reaction is very clear. I picked up one particular element. We must do what other countries do and not what they tell us to do. Special schools for the most gifted and most talented children. We must do what other countries do, but we should not listen. Or maybe we can hear. The face of Africa is very male. Just look around Look at the African Union. In terms of executive leadership, the presidency is male dominated, right? Women, are we here? So, functional education, we all grew up in homes where our mothers played a pivotal role in getting us to school, for those of us who had the opportunity to go to school. Effective leadership will not be effective without inclusion of women in the forefront of governance. How are we going to achieve that if the special schools that the keynote speaker spoke about are marriages for our children? They should not be mothers, they should be in school, in those special schools, gifted schools where they can perform. If we don't do that, we will still be here 20 years later trying to map out the way forward. Africa needs women of Africa to move Africa forward. I never had the opportunity of going to the elite schools in Sierra Leone. I went to about 5 to 6 different schools. One thing my parents always wanted me to achieve was higher education, but they couldn't afford it. As the oldest girl, in fact the oldest child, my responsibility, as I was taught, and this is what functional education for me is about, it starts from the home. Respect, integrity, and self-worth. Knowing that you can do it. All we need to do is give access. When I finished high school, Frobe College, which was the anthems of Africa, and today, according to the keynote speaker, it's not even recorded, probably in the first, I don't know. I can't name where we are. But I was really looking forward to attending that particular university. I did not have the opportunity. But I went into another country where after marriage at 31, I went to university as a single mother with 2 girls because the opportunity and the structures were there. I was able to go through my foundation class, got into university, got my first degree, got my second degree, and at 35, 36, I was an educated woman. So it is possible, but we have to have the structures in place. And Africa can do this even better. Armed with the knowledge, I returned to Sierra Leone 15 years ago. I have a daughter. It's a huge sacrifice, but who said I should be the only person looking after her? Fathers can too. And my ex-husband is an excellent ex-husband. Looked after our daughter, ensured that I supported, but I came home to make sure that I can also impact the next generation of leaders. We cannot be speaking theory. Not so every time we dey talk book, but we know they do wetin we for do. We also have to look at an education that befits our population. 70% of women in my country don't have formal or secondary education. Now we have free quality education, but it takes time. So, we should nurture the experiences that we have learned. Formal education or Western education is not the only form of education. We have our women in communities who are bank governors in their own rights. making savings and making their own way of living. Can we learn from that? How could we bring that into the formal sector and make our economies work?
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for those reflections. Really appreciated. I think it's really pertinent that you reminded us that the greatest educator gifted to humankind are our mothers and our women. And it's important to always remind ourselves the important role that our women, our mothers play in forming us into what we become. But also that there are informal sources and processes of education which we need to find a way of tapping into in order to strengthen formal education to deliver what we expect of it. I would like to come back also to you with the follow-up questions. But let me move on to the UN. The UN represented here today by Njoya Tikum. You work with the UNDP, which has really been at the heart of efforts to develop the African continent as part of its mandate and other parts of the world. And we've heard that other continents have graduated from the UNDP. Africa is still a student of the UNDP. What must we do to graduate as soon as possible?
Thank you very much, Prof. Let me also rest on existing protocol in thanking His Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan for associating us, UNDP, to this very high esteem conversation. And I also want to rest on the same protocol in thanking and recognizing the excellencies in the room. I think, Prof, the question you asked is quite important. But let me maybe start off by highlighting what I think are the three areas drawn from our very eloquent keynote address, which perhaps offer Africa an opportunity to leapfrog on this education and leadership conversation. Education, primarily, as we have been told, is an act of liberation. This is what our forefathers fought for. But an act of liberation that must start with oneself, as Amilcar Cabral mentioned. And if education is an act of liberation, what forms of liberation have happened since the continent got its independence in the 60s and late 50s, to a point where we are now able to have the kind of leadership that the continent opposes? It's true that the data given by my brother Prof seems quite bleak, but it's also true that the continent has uplifted quite a lot of its citizens since the 60s out of poverty, that the continent has educated quite a lot of its citizens since the 60s to have the kind of crowd that we have in the room now. So there has been some progress. It hasn't been entirely bleak. However, where I think we struggle is in the three areas I want to mention. The first one is that I think we still have a crisis of history in our educational system. It's very easy, if you look at our educational curricula today, for a young person in my own country, Cameroon, or perhaps Nigeria or the region, to understand who discovered America without having a clue of who, say, Awolowo is, say, Amilcar Cabral is, say, what happened to Thomas Sankara, what happened to Patrice Lumumba. The content of what we passed out to yesterday, today, and tomorrow's generation needs to be interrogated by most of our countries. So the crisis of history is something that continues to bother us, but that is something that can easily be fixed. The Southern African countries, I think, have gone quite far in readjusting their curricula to meet the history of the continent and give the continent a sense of purpose. The second crisis is one of valuation. The economists in the room would say that the value you put on a commodity determines the market's movement. I think we have heard from Prof that Africa hasn't valuated education as a commodity properly. I'm very happy when I heard President Kenyatta mention the fact that 5.5 or 5.6% of Kenya's GDP rests on education. But that's an outlier. Kenya, like Namibia, are outliers. The average rate of GDP per education budget per GDP is still around 2-3%. Some countries actually still have it below 1%. which means we are investing less in education than we are currently investing in security. Perhaps there's a reason behind that. We are actually investing less in education than we are still investing in social gatherings. I was looking very quickly at the educational budget of Nigeria, $772 billion this year out of a 13 trillion budget, naira, out of a 13 trillion budget. That's a 6.5% investment in education for 200 and something million people. I'm sure that the government would have loved for this budget to be complemented by the private sector. So how do we evaluate our investment in education? Also very easy to fix, because there is now the entire private sector game that has come in, which can easily help our government supplement or complement some of the budget gaps that we have seen in the educational system. The last area which I think is important is the benchmarking. It was very good to hear Professor today. It seems to me that over the years, what we have done once we came out of independence is that we focus so much on trying to negotiate a political settlement, trying to get the right leadership, trying to build the relationship between the states and its people, but that we did not set the right benchmarking for what educational aspirations we have. We know that we want to industrialize, but who are we looking at as the examples of the kind of industrialization we would love? I think we are still making a mistake. The African country, predominantly, we are still focusing towards Europe. We are still looking at America as examples of industrializations that we must imbue. But the truth is, and we've just heard from the Indian ambassador on the data from Prof, the truth is that China, India, Korea, you name it, are leading in IT, in manufacturing, in agriculture. So why are we looking at Europe when Europe and America itself is still struggling to catch up with India and China? So it seems as though we are running behind our past instead of looking at where the future lies. And I'll end here, Prof. Technology has changed the educational landscape. We are sitting here in an innovation hub. I saw it as I came in. The Prof mentioned the fact that if you look at WIPO, African inventors are not registered. But I live in Kenya. In Kenya, a young group of Africans developed what was called M-Pesa. M-Pesa got bought over by Vodacom at one point, and it became a British invention. It was an African invention. When we had COVID, a Senegalese small group of researchers developed the very first 24 hours rapid testing system. 24 to 46 hours, it was a French invention. So we do not also have the systems in place to protect those inventors. I don't think we don't have inventors. I think we have incredible inventors. One of the biggest inventions that has happened across the world right now happened from Nigeria. Nollywood. The technology industry in Nigeria. Nigeria has helped the rest of the continent evaluate or put an economic value on its talent, on its intrinsic talent and culture in ways that had never happened. But we still haven't seen that aspect of culture, of art and culture as a strong component of education and educating our people. So these three components, this crisis, I still think, in my opinion, Prof, if we were to reinvest in these three components, we would begin to shift. But we must not also fall into the trap that paints Africa as a continent that has failed. Because to be quite honest, again, a lot has happened across the region. We would not be sitting in this room if we didn't have educated leaders like the ones that we have here. My question is, how did we get President Uhuru? How did we get President Boni? How did he get the President Goodluck Jonathan? Which master's degree did they do in presidential leadership? There is none. But they were educated by a foundation, by a system that got them ready to be a governor and perhaps to aspire to be a president. So we must also see education beyond the presidential level and appreciate the work that is done beyond that helm of the state, whether it's through devolution, whether it's through federalism, but appreciate the work that is done at every level of leadership in our countries. If we aggregate that, then we would see that Africa, though we are struggling, we still have modicums of progress that we have done since independence.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me pursue you on the issue of African innovation and patents, because it's at the heart of the work of the UNDP. Is there any thinking within the UNDP for capturing innovation and invention by Africans and ensuring that they are appropriately patented? Because as you said, it may not necessarily be for want of inventions, for want of innovation, but simply not having the aptitude to have this rapidly registered. And that someday, somehow, somebody will wake up and tell you that the patent for okra soup or for moi moi is owned by a Chinese,
True,
or by an Indian, or by a British. What is the UNDP able to do in that regard?
No, thank you, Prof. I think it still comes back to the conversation around education. We have a legal system that still doesn't have sufficient preparation for its students on how to do intellectual property registration abroad. We have very few African scholars and legal scholars, some of them are in the room, who are accredited to actually pursue an IP process from the start in Africa to when it is recognized by WIPO, which Prof mentioned. So we still have to come back to that base. We still have to ensure that, I mean, the Vice President of Zambia said something quite important. How is it that in Zambia, we are not able to find Zambians from the School of Engineering, from the School of Science, to help us figure out how we process the copper that is processed in Zambia? It's the same conversation. For UNDP, what we are trying to do is first work with the African Bar Association to figure out how we identify a cohort of lawyers who are already trained and try and get them certified for processes of IP and intellectual property rights. But WIPO is just one of many examples, Prof. Natural resource governance. We still bring experts to come and negotiate contract management for African countries from India. Why should we be doing that after 60 years of independence and with all the bright minds that we have in the room?
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let me move closer home and start with you, Honorable Commissioner Joan. We've heard a lot since yesterday about the giant strides which have been made in this state. You've also heard the keynote speaker saying that the game changer in all of the things that we do as Africans, beautiful as they are, must be to have a way of capturing specially talented children and nurturing them. What is Edo doing for specially talented children of the state?
Is he on? Good afternoon, everyone. As Commissioner of Education, Edo State, this has been quite an exciting day for myself and all of us in the education sector. The quality of the deliberation so far, the wonderful keynote speech, and I want to thank His Excellency President Jonathan and His Excellency Governor Baseki for hosting this very meaningful dialogue. Per your question, what are we doing in Edo State to identify talents or to create schools for gifted students? I think we have been quite fortunate in Edo State to have the caliber of governor that we have in respect to education. Since 2018, when we started the Edo Best Education Reform, the governor has always told us he wants to know the best performing 100,000 students across the board. And he wants to be able to track them. He wants to know where are they going when they finish secondary school. Where are they going when they finish junior secondary? Are they going on the technical route or the academic route? And when they do proceed to tertiary education, where do they end up in? And in terms of projections, looking at the shortages of medical personnel, for instance, in the country, how do we prepare these best 100 performing students to fill some of those gaps? So I think for us in Edo, we've been quite intentional about all that we've done. The first thing was focusing on foundational learning and literacy. So if a child cannot read and write, they cannot be gifted, so to speak. And so we had to start by focusing on the lower 70% who were not as proficient as we would like them to be. Having done that in the last 6+ years, we have now expanded to our secondary and technical vocational schools. I think I would say at this point, at the exit of this administration, one of the things we are going to leave behind for the incoming administration is the blueprint to continuing all that we started. We've identified some schools across Edo State. We've identified some schools across Edo State as our magna schools for sciences, for technology, for sports, athletics, and for the performing arts. So it's just, we've already started the work. It's just a matter of continuing to build on what we have started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you. And as I said earlier, the prayer is that this will be sustained at the end of this administration into the future. Dr. Meyaki, you also heard the keynote speaker, and you are responsible for our universities, for standards, to a great degree for their funding, for their curriculum, and the like. What are the key messages that you take home from the keynote address in terms of the differentiation of our universities, especially for the purpose of ensuring that we are also able to retain some of the best talents within our system and to nurture them for nation-building purposes?
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests. First and foremost, let me thank the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation for the privilege of participating in this dialogue. And then to bring the warm felicitations of the entire Nigerian university system. Today we are 272. Nigeria has 272 universities, 61 are federal, 63 are state-owned, and 148 are privately owned. And it is on behalf of this unique constituency that I congratulate His Excellency and the foundation. This third outing is taking place, Your Excellencies, at a time when the call for the redefinition and the reimagination of the pivotal role of education is getting louder and louder by the day. What is the purpose of education? Why are we investing, or why are we not investing? But some piece of history as a Nigerian university system. The name Good Luck Ebele Jonathan, the brain behind this foundation, evokes the spirit and memories of a selfless and hugely passionate leader who during his time made a huge difference. And I'll tell you how. If there is any leader who has contributed to expanding access and equity in higher education, is President Good Luck Jonathan. Because it was during his time that we had the 12 new universities, and I'm glad one of his apostles, Professor Julius Okoje, is in the audience here, and this helped us in no small way to expand access to equity and to equity in university education. In addition to that, President Jonathan, launched and executed what we now highly regard two scholarship programs. One is the NYC Presidential. If you were the best in your state of deployment, you got automatic scholarship to undertake graduate studies up to PhD. But then he didn't stop there. He also, bequeathed a celebrity and exceptional class of first-class Nigerian graduates and sent them to the top 25 universities in the world. And that's the kind of legacy that we're here to celebrate. Your Excellency, I want to let you know that I'm in touch with these lives that you have touched. And I want to tell you that they are now vibrant and they're working solidly in their respective enterprises in the nooks and corners of the world today. And occasions like this, we like to, luckily this is the creme de la creme of people in positions of eminence. I mean, governors, my honorable minister is here, community leaders, religious leaders. We want to use this opportunity to remind the people that matter that education is at the heart of our opportunities, that our life choices, whether as a Bio Olukoshu family, whether as a town, as a state, or as a country, or as a continent, will gravitate around the educational investments that we make in our people and the exposure that we give our people. And that takes me to the theme of this, this dialogue, and to the Greek philosopher Plato, who emphasized on the intellectual qualities of the leader. That a leader, must play a critical role in preparing the minds, in investing in human capital, to be able to articulate ideas, to be creative, and to be quick in mobilizing people, in moving from mere ideas to concrete realities of society, as we have all applauded this educationally friendly governor of Edo State. At the NUC, we value the nexus between leadership, functional education, growth and development. I mean, they are intertwined. And this has informed some of the reforms and restructuring that we have undertaken as a Universities Commission. I mean, we recently re-engineered our curriculum. I mean, curriculum is the mainstay of educational planning and university development. We also just launched our transnational education guidelines. The Minister of Education with his British counterpart launched this in Edinburgh last year, where we have now opened up the space as a university system where foreign investors can now come to Nigeria and undertake branch campuses. They can go into training arrangements, among several other things. The issue of ICT deployment and the attributes of the Nigerian graduate, those soft and hard skills, as the minister alluded to, has become a subject of debate. And these are some of the priorities that this government under our minister is engaging its mind and applying all the resources within the period that it has to be able to make an impact. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Look, Dr. Meyaki, two questions. Two very pointed questions, inspired by the keynote address. What is the philosophy behind the curriculum reforms that you have been driving in our universities, in the light of what you heard from the keynote speaker? Secondly, are we more interested in creating a mass of universities, or do we have a strategy for having a segmentation within the university system that ensures that we also have our own Nigerian Oxfords, Nigerian Harvards, Nigerian Cambridges?
Thank you very much. As I understand it, it's something that has to be fit for purpose, undoubtedly so. I mean, curriculum is that body of knowledge from beginning till end. The contents, the epistemology, the delivery, that ecosystem must be fit for purpose, must be seen to be in tandem with global best practices. And I think it has to be contextualized. I totally agree with the keynote speaker that whereas we're going global, we must, by necessity, contextualize our curriculum to make sure that it's fit for purpose, but also not throwing away the best practices as the world is now. On the issue of the massification of university education, I mean, simply put, if you take Nigeria, Nigeria is the only country within its population bracket that is grossly undersubscribed. I mean, take the United States of America, with 300 million, they have about 5,500 universities. Go to Brazil within the same bracket, well over 1,500 universities. You want to look at Indonesia, you want to look at Russia. You don't even want to talk about India and China because those are in the 1 billion mark. But the recurring decimal for Nigeria is a huge gap. The population explosion, the huge gap between demand and supply, And the statistics is, every year there are about 2 million Nigerian kids wanting to go to university, because university is that resource that can define your status. And so we're confronted every year by this huge gap between demand and supply. With 2 million applicants, the entire universities put together can only accommodate between 500 and 700,000. And that leaves a huge chunk unaccounted for. And as the guest speaker alluded to, they will get drunk. You either leave them getting drunk or become bandits or a huge social liability to the country. So, as a matter of deliberate policy, we, as the National Universities Commission, are embarking on a massification policy so that we'll make sure that we broaden access to, like President Jonathan did in his own time, so that we do not leave that huge chunk unaccounted for. I agree with you that massification should not be at the expense of quality. That notion that our programs, our provisions must be seen to be at full strength at all times. And you spoke about Harvard. I mean, Harvard, 1639 started with only 8 students. We have to begin like that. It's an incubation. It's a gestation period. Africa, some universities will not make it. We're very conscious of that, like a startup business. But that does not in any way diminish the importance that we attach to the deliberate policy of expanding access and broadening equity in university education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I will turn over to the audience and take just a few interventions from those who might want to make a contribution to this debate. So please get yourself ready. But before I do that, let me come back to you, Dr. Mumba, as I promised to do, and to raise the question of what we need to do as Africans in order to anchor a certain identity that we wish to impart on our people for the purpose of the transformation of the continent. Again, keeping in mind, as we have heard from the keynote speaker, that at the end of the day, every knowledge begins from the local.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Again, I think we should go away from this great summit having understood maybe 3 very brief things. Number 1, through the speakers and also the panelists that are here, it has been established beyond reasonable doubt that education is the panacea to growth and development in Africa. And we need to invest whatever we can into this sector to ensure that we produce an educated population. It's our only way out. Secondly, through the keynote speaker, the professor, he has outlined for us a list of our sicknesses and provided possible cures to those sicknesses. So Africans are not aware of our problems. We are not aware of our failures. We are exactly there where we are now frustrated that so many years later, we still are the ones who are being called the backward ones. So those facts are established. So it is important to note also that history teaches us that nobody out there really cares or is sympathetic to the problems of Africa. History doesn't favor that thought that they care about how we develop. History suggests that the backward we are, the more other societies prosper and enjoy it, which means our answer to our prosperity is in our hands. And until we own this challenge, nobody's going to fix it for us. But we can't become that until we become confident of ourselves, that we are able to achieve what needs to be achieved. When you look at Africans, we may look ordinary on the continent of Africa. But when you go overseas, even to the United States, the first world, some of the key people in their governance system are Africans. The greatest scientists in those countries are Africans. The greatest thinkers in those countries are Africans. This is the situation we have in our hands, which brings me to the last point, that after we understand that the world is not interested in us and our prosperity, after we understand our problems, the next challenge we have as we go home is that we must find a way in which we need to choose leaders that are equal to the task amongst ourselves. People say, it is said that everything begins and ends with leadership. The challenge of Africa, which has been made complicated by democracy in the midst of poverty and ignorance, has produced leaders at certain times that are of no use to catching this new mindset of knowing who we are, what we can achieve, and the very fact that we can make Africa great as a continent. I thank you.
Thank you. Excellent points, Dr. Mumba. You talked about the diaspora. You talked about the immense talent. Africa is actually one region of the world that also leaks talents. Even those talents that manage not to get drunk and make it through the system and out of the continent end up being captured and kept in their new abodes in the Americas and Europe, given citizenship on fast track and kept away as much as possible from this continent. Nobody owes us a living. Dr. Fofana, you came back. You came back from the United States. You came to try to do something different back in Sierra Leone. What will it take for African governments, for African leadership to bring talent back home to the continent in the way in which India did, as told by the High Commissioner, in the way in which China has done to try to leverage its transformation?
Thank you very much, Doctor. I came back from the UK and the US. What it will take is active listening. Our leaders need to listen and try to appreciate what we bring to the table. Without that, many people in the diaspora wouldn't want to risk their children's education to come back and start all over. I say in Sierra Leone, when people say, how have you managed over the last 15 years? I say, you know, people say, in Africa we get witch. I say, it takes a special kind of witchcraft that is well managed and well protected, maybe patent. We need to patent it for you to the level of resilience that it takes to leave the diaspora to come home is something that we cannot take for granted. When I returned home, I mean, I've served in the UN, I've served in government, but I looked at the gaps. What can I do? So it's not just about government. We also need to know that this is our continent and we must give back. We should not leave it to government. We should have that responsibility. And that's what brought me back. It wasn't government. It was my decision to come home. And now, the greatest problem that I see, I have been a deputy leader of a political party, etc. But access to finance for women, especially our women in the informal sector, is my biggest passion right now. Government cannot do everything. So I came back, and what we did is what took me to Yale, informally into the informal sector. We said to the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, we want to open our own bank. And that was inspired by the women in Kenya and Zambia. Collateral is an issue, but the women in Kenya told us that trust was a collateral. How do you go to a bank and say trust is collateral? But we wanted the bank to know that we have not been banked as women using these imported ways of banking. We don't understand it. That's what the women were saying. So we went to the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank and said, we want to profile a solution in making sure that the monies that women have in the informal sector comes into the formal sector. That way they could also have access to financial services. And we've done that for the last 2 years. The Sierra Leone Commercial Bank actually now has a women's banking unit, which is co-piloted or co-owned by us. we have the product called the Women's Banking Product approved by the Bank of Sierra Leone on the terms that the women brought. We don't want loans for 1 year. We want loans for 6 months based on our business cycle. So 3 months, 4 months, and single digits only. Our typical interest rate is 25% in Sierra Leone. So we have loans, we're giving loans to women, they are saving from 5%, 7%, and 9%. And the bank didn't believe us. But these are innovative, innovation is not just about, or these are the innovative ways that works for our women. Today, that product is outperforming the standard products in the bank because our women saved $150,000 in local currency even before they started getting loans. And as we speak, we have 0 non-performing loans since we've been loaning women from $100 to $10,000. Our product is outperforming. So now, these are the kinds of interjections that you should do. We realize that the bank is getting a little bit jittery. We have decided at the last women's conference, I went ahead with my company and registered the Women's Green Bank. In 2026, we are going to put what we know, put all our boxes all over the place. The women will capitalize that bank and make sure that we get our license to have our own national commercial bank, not a microcredit institution. These are the kinds of things that we bring from the diaspora, but we also want government, our leaders, to listen. That just because I'm not in your political party doesn't mean you should close the door for me to be able to participate in national governance. And this is critical. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. High Commissioner, India, 5 pillars, first Prime Minister Pandit Nehru. Those 5 pillars were pursued even after Pandit Nehru left the scene. Indira Gandhi came, Rajiv Gandhi came, Modi came, various other short-term prime ministers came. What was the secret of continuity? What was it in the Indian system that ensured policy continuity in spite of the fact that the initiators of the 5 pillars had left the scene many years earlier?
Panchsheel was indeed, Panchsheel means the 5 pillars. Panch means 5, Sheel is the pillars. So 5 pillars is something which was initiated as part of the diplomatic efforts and the outreach of India. India always considered the whole world as one family, Vasudeva Kudumbakam they called it. But that has also been transformed into the internal governance. I would say that there are 3 major issues for sustainability, sustainable action. Should I? There are 3 major things for sustainability. First thing is a functioning democracy, in the sense that when a political party has to either perform or perish, then the functioning democracy ensures that the consecutive political parties also continue with the same policies or better the existing policies, throw away the non-working policies and continue to improve upon things. So one thing is a functioning democracy in which currently we just had our elections over. We had more than 640 million people vote and they have returned our Prime Minister for the 3rd time. And that's based on the performance of this government for the past about 10 years. So functioning democracy is one which is very important. Secondly, many a times we do not know that we do not know. So you will have to introduce certain things to the citizenry. If with no disrespect to PAP, to give an example, with no disrespect to PAP, if I have been having PAP throughout my childhood, I have never had jollof rice. Now, if you introduce jollof rice to me, I might not go back to PAP on a daily basis. I will go back to PAP. So when you give better things to a person, when a person gets used to those better things, then it is very difficult for that person to reverse the whole process. So when children can get good education, because of that education, good employability, because of that good lifestyle, or iPad and things like that in their own homes. So nobody would like to go back. So once you introduce better things, that would certainly be permanent and sustainable. And third thing finally is about creating institutions and systems. when you put in some plan, if you have to ensure that it continues, you will have to create institutions that will keep supporting that, whether it is the funding part of it or whether it is the legalities and the parameters which are to be defined for executing those plans and policies. So I was mentioning about the education cess. The 2% education cess, which brings in about $6 billion every year, certainly supports the educational system in a big way, apart from the GDP contribution also, budgetary contribution also. So these are the three major things I would say.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me turn to the audience, and I will begin with His Excellency President.
Thank you very much. I have a few small questions to my friend, India Ambassador, please. Just I would like to know, is education mandatory and free in your constitution in India? Do you understand?
I can't hear it clearly.
Is education mandatory and free in your constitution? The second question, does the state subsidize education, primary, secondary area, and so on? Or are school canteens organized? Or are teachers trained? What about the control bodies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's for the High Commissioner. Warehouse it. Let me take a few more from the audience. Professor Julius Okoji, former Executive Secretary of the NUC, who was also involved in midwifing the Special Presidential Scholarship Scheme during the Jonathan years.
Okay.
Professor Okoji.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to President Jonathan, I'm just Professor Julius. That's the only way he knows me. There are certain things we didn't disclose about his purposeful, firm, and strict leadership, and was very fair too.
Can't hear that.
I was in my office one day, and they were going to select pro-chancellors of universities and chancellors. And then I was asked to show up there. When I got there, the president was asking me, what are the rules? How do you select? We have to lay down the ground rules. Ordinarily, you just hear that you have appointed councils and chairmen. The same thing happened in the choice of our scholarship students. There was no candidate from Bayelsa, where the president is from. There was no candidate selected from Kaduna, where the vice president was from. There was no candidate from Ebonyi, where Panacea was from. In fact, the people who reported to didn't have candidates at all. And nobody queried it, because the man at the top was firm, fair, and clever. So ordinarily, when you have a good and purposeful leader, hello? Huh? Can we have some quiet here? Huh? Let me continue. I think they are looking for food. And the universities we built, the 12 universities, Mr. President didn't choose any location. He just said, establish a federal university in a state where it does not exist. How we chose the town, how much we're going to spend, we just wrote our memos. I've never seen that level of trust at our level. That's what really embarrassed me. He was so trusting, and so we also had to do well in what we were doing. Ordinarily, the issue of Africa and the project we are making, Africa is not gone yet. We still have some of the biggest plant and animal resources in the world, the greatest lakes, and we share resources. Just as somebody was saying much earlier, we have also have our own tradition and ways of living. We are great farmers. So we probably have developed things that help us. I know at the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, I would say
And Nigeria is the greatest producer of Gary in the world, to the extent that it was admitted in the strategic grain reserve during the Liberian War. Till date, Ogun State is still the great producer of Gary. At the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, we develop a variety of cowpea. And went into association with
Moderator, Professor.
with the food industry. So I'm saying that what we are doing, Africa has not gone too bad. We have also had our own problems. Nigeria had a civil war, we recover from it. And if we have purposeful leadership and firm and interesting leadership, there's no way we will not make it. And at the National Justice Commission, the purpose is to expand access and quality and allow private sector participation. Except to do that, we cannot improve the system alone. And there are individuals too in their own letting who are adopting schools. Those who have left their ordinary secondary school or primary school have gone back to their hometown to adopt their schools and improve them. That happened in the Aturomi government school that my father attended, all my sisters. We got some 30 million naira donation to improve the facilities there. So you cannot leave the system to government alone. So I think that is what I have to contribute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry the noise at the back is making it no longer pleasant to continue this dialogue. And we'll have to close the general participation at this point. But let me allow the High Commissioner to say a few words in response to the question from President Boniai, and then we'll wrap it up. Yeah. Okay, I will also, maybe High Commissioner, please hold on. Let me call Her Excellency, First Lady Patience Jonathan.
His Excellencies, the former presidents that are here, and our host, the Executive Governor of Edo State, and his dear wife. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I just have a suggestion to make, especially when I had the key speaker that spoke, and my dear sister from Sierra that also spoke about talented children, and also he spoke about it. So I feel that I have little thing to contribute to that talented children. And I feel the talented children, what we are talking about here today is functional education. And these talented children are from the rich and also from the poor, from the local governments down to the federal government, from the villages. But when they are choosing these talented children, are they choosing them from the villages, also trying to touch the poor ones, not choosing only the rich ones? And these poor ones that are in the villages, I know some of them are very, very poor. They cannot afford the school fees. How did they choose them? How did they sponsor them? So I feel when we are talking about functional education, we should look at it up. That's the ministries, the commissioners, down to the grassroots. And every school should have an employed psychologist, because these psychologists are very, very important. They are very, very important, because when the teachers identify a talented student, the teacher has to send this child to the psychologist who will look at it and now investigate about it, especially to the inspectors that are going to the schools. How did they reach out to these talented ones and choose them? And now the commissioners, the ministries now open a special school for them in their states, in their local governments, and also in the federal level, where these talented ones know that we have talented ones, we have the middle class, and we have those ones that are low to study. So this talented one, after everything, they have to pull the middle class and also pull the lower class to the top. That's what I feel. Like, I know in those days when we were in school, some of us, how we get where we get is these talented ones that after they study, because they are genius, so they will come to us that are low or middle class and tell us that we are true, we are here for you. So, Mrs. Jonathan, tell me what you are lacking. I will teach you, and they are there for us. So let us bring back those days learning to these present ones. It will help us a lot. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, First Lady. Clearly, you have a calming effect on this audience, more than anybody else. And thank you for your intervention. High Commissioner, your final words. Also, I'll give you just a minute each, sound bites.
Thank you.
So that we can round up.
Excellency, thank you for the question. Constitution-wise in India, education falls in the concurrent list. So both the center, the federal government and the state government do have responsibilities on education, and both of them run schools and colleges and universities. 76% of the educational system, schools and colleges, are with the state governments, and 24% are with the central government. And recently in 2022, Excellency, we have made education as a fundamental right to every child above the age of 6 up to the age of 16. So, and a free education for this child. As far as educational system is concerned, it is in both in government sector and in private sector. Private sector charges what they have to. The government subsidizes to a very great extent. I am a product of a government school. I used to pay about 5 cents per month for my education. And so many of the schools are free also, but even if it is charged, it is at a very minimal level, so that there is some continuity and some interest shown by the parents also to send the child to the school. So this is how we have organized it, Excellency.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. Mr. Tikum, maybe Mr. Tikum, you could tell us, you signed an MOU. What is the UNDP proposing to do with the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation?
Thank you very much, Professor. I think, as you can see, we have in the room 3 former heads of state. We have President Goodluck, we have President Yaiboni, but we also have President Uhuru Kenyatta. One of the things we're discussing with President Jonathan's Foundation is to find a way to use these former African statesmen for a couple of things. One, for elements of preventive diplomacy and democracy on the continent. If you look at what is happening in this region now, with coup d'etat upon coup d'etat, with political contestations that surrounds elections, what we are noticing is that we only call upon them to come in and be electoral observers. I think what the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation is putting forward is a different way of thinking on how we use these former statesmen, how we use them to create dialogue and spaces for conversation between different political parties, different leadership structures, how we use them to inspire a new model of leadership. I told President Jonathan in Senegal that what he did in Nigeria inadvertently has inspired a generation of African presidents to want to emulate his example. He called his opponent and congratulated him when everybody was still expecting the worst. That had never happened on the continent of Africa. And we think that that example, UNDP offers a platform that can help a Goodluck Jonathan's Foundation bring that kind of example to the continent. And perhaps, if we are fortunate, we would have this dialogue, and still to plead with the president, we would have this same dialogue next year in a different country. Why not? Because the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation has grown bigger than Nigeria. It has to be able to transport the good deeds of the foundation to different countries. So that's the purpose of the MOU we signed. But let me wrap up here, Prof. I started off by saying, in my opinion, education is an act of liberation. It is an act, or it's a mechanism that must allow us as Africans liberate ourselves also from our own inability to anticipate the future. What we are doing with the foundation is in a way anticipate what the future might look like and use the expertise and the almost 100 years of experience that we have here to service the new crop of leadership. 5 years or 10 years ago, I really love what the MC last night told us. 5 years or 10 years ago, we had black and white TV. Today, nobody needs a TV. You can watch a movie on your phone. Today, we speak in our cell phones, in our watches. What would happen 10 years, 20 years from now? And why must Africa not be one of those continents that help to think and anticipate what is coming and invest in making that reality come to fruition on the continent? This is what UNDP works on, and this is what we are hoping the entire UN system, UNESCO, UNDP, UNICEF, to support our governments and our member states to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal as it pertains to SDG, to education, and before we get to 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Miyaki, your final thoughts in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I think the sentiments have all been canvassed here today. The need for us to raise the bar for Africa. Increase investments in education, in infrastructure, and we need to leverage on technology because digital delivery has changed completely the dynamics. I think time for Africa and African leaders to think technology and how best we can bring the benefits of education to our people. And my final thought is to once again congratulate the foundation and to pray that this third edition, will be that game-changing moment, that moment of inspiration for Africa and Africans to promote politics and governance as value-adding enterprises with the value added, the community, the families, and the using education, because education is at the heart of all that we do. I thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Dr. Fofana.
My final words are that the African continent should be intentional about educating women and girls, especially girls, that the African continent, our leaders, should give us space, be inclusive, trust us, women are trustworthy. Together we can work and make this continent the best continent on earth. But you cannot do it without us. So think about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Viawe.
Functional education is key. And for me, I think we have to go beyond. We've had this really wonderful and enriching dialogue. The next steps now is what are the actions we need to take. And we are fortunate in Edo State that we have Edo Best. We have just started that whole systems change. And we hope to continue to build on that and sustain that. I was actually quite happy to hear the Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Minister of Education, talk about what he is doing now under the framework of DOTS to bring back quality education to Nigeria. We cannot say it enough, and I think I'm probably the only commissioner of education on this panel, and I want to use this opportunity to say that the current indexes are not to our favor. We have the highest out of school children rates in the world. We have the highest number of children who can't read and write well at the age of 10. So learning poverty in Africa is quite high. So we can't just come and talk. We must think about what are those best practices that we can borrow from. Edo is doing something. Kenya has done something. Rwanda is doing something. So we can certainly borrow from other countries. We can learn from what we are doing in the continent. It's not about going to Finland or going to the UK. Those tend to be jamborees. Let us learn from home. And what Governor Obaseki has taught us in Edo State is that it's not about the money. It's about having a clear vision, having a plan, and having the commitment and the political will to say that education is important. Education is not about politics. Education is about the future of Africa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Dr. Mumba.
Thank you so much. There's always bad leadership and good leadership. Let me close by thanking the leadership that has put this event together. I think that what our leaders before us did for us is to create an infrastructure within which we can develop education and other aspects. I am amazed at the team that President Goodluck Jonathan has brought together. He himself is a demonstration of quality leadership. Quality leadership, because I don't know how many former presidents are attracting these crowds to be able to instill leadership and what is quality in them. And for him to have given us the victory in terms of free and fair election, which he himself knows is my passion, free and fair election, he gave it to Nigeria and to the rest of Africa. So that's quality. Look at the people he has invited. He has invited the president, former president of Benin, who was President Yaya, who was our boss at the African Union, and the things he instituted during his term. We salute you, sir, for the infrastructure. We also look at President Uhuru from Kenya and the kind of respect that he gave to the name of Kenya under his leadership. Yes, the current president went to America, was given a glamorous welcome, but it would not have happened if Kenya did not carry a certain type of image. And that image can be attributed to President Uhuru's leadership.
Thank you.
We also want to finally thank the governor for Edo State. What a wonderful and appropriate place to hold such an important summit. You have made it. As we learn theoretically, you have taught us practically how to get it done. May God bless you and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of this panel. And in many ways, Dr. Mumba, you have taken some of the words out of me. Thank you for that. I can definitely myself say, as somebody who did all of his education up to undergraduate studies in Nigeria, that to be in a class with a student from Edo State, what was then known at the point as Bendel State, was to be ready for serious academic competition. And some of our best competitors with whom we fought to get first, second, and third position, as I remember from my school at FGC Sokoto, were from Edo State, including the current executive director or director general of the Debt Management Office, Patience Oniha, who was my classmate, first class lady, and she graduated first class from the University of Benin. So, Governor, you are building on the foundation of a people who set great store by education. And what you have tried to do in trying to revive the culture of learning and to use learning as an aptitude not only for earning a living, but also for transforming society, is one which we have to salute and salute immensely. I'd like also to thank His Excellency President Jonathan for this theme. Right from the time the second dialogue ended in Yenagoa last year, and Governor Obaseki was there, the president said, you know, maybe for the next dialogue we should look at the role of education in transformation and democratization. And he went out of his way to assemble not only a first-class keynote speaker, but also a panel, which you have seen today, that has tried its best to do justice to this subject. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this. For me, altogether, the final message which we take is that nobody owes Africa a living. Nobody owes us a living. We better wake up, pull ourselves up. The keynote speaker warned us, if we don't get it right, and the window is probably not too wide open anymore, if we do not get it right, we risk being recolonized all over again. We should have learned the lesson of history that our destiny belongs in our hands. And the surest way to securing our place and our dignity in the world is through the way of education, education, and education. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. And I would now hand over to our...
Thank you. Please let the applause be better for our moderator and panelists. We'd like His Excellency, the former president, and his wife to please join them for group photographs, and the governor of Edo State and his wife also, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that the moderator and panelists have done justice to the theme of the 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Day Dialogue. And so the cameramen are set. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly take the group photographs before we move to reactions from the special guests, and that's talking about the governors and representatives of governors who are here. Ma'am George Vive, well done. All right, cameramen, are you good to go? Can we have someone move over here, please? The UNDP director, please move over here. Thank you. All right, is this better? Thank you very much. Thank you. You may go back to your seats. Thank you. And as they go, I would like to recognize Her Excellency Professor Mrs. Ngozi Mma Odu, the DSSRS Deputy Governor of Rivers State. You're welcome, Professor Ma'am. Thank you. She is here representing the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Simini Alayi Fubara, GSSRS. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been an awesome time here in Edo State, Benin, the capital, as we have discussions that will propel Africa and empower Africans. We're not done. We're not done. We'd like everyone to please return to their seats. We are not done. Those on the thoroughfare, please make way for them to get back to their seats. Thank you. Please make way. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we have quiet in the hall? Thank you. Thank you. Before I invite our next speaker to speak for just a couple of minutes, Her Excellency, the wife of the former president of Nigeria, made a statement, and she was talking about the gifted kids. And if you remember, our keynote speaker also said something about the gifted children. When the former president was governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan picked 100 children. We called them the gifted children. These children were picked from the hinterlands, from the communities, and they were tested and discovered to be geniuses. And what did His Excellency do? He sent them to the best schools. As we speak, most of those children are doing very well in different countries and even in Nigeria. As they have graduated, they were sponsored for secondary to tertiary level. Those 100 kids are now shining stars. So while we're talking about the gifted children now, he saw the vision 18 years ago. Please put your hands together for His Excellency again. And so may I at this point, with all sense of humility and joy, welcome to the microphone His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Lawrence Erujakpo, PhD, Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State. The man gifted with skills, oratorial skills, and of course a hard worker. He was two-term commissioner for works in Bayelsa State, and so many infrastructural projects to improve the aesthetics of Bayelsa State was carried out during his tenure. Please, a round of applause again for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are you sure it's on? Okay. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCON. Like I reminded yesterday, our step senior brother, the Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, and his beautiful and prolific wife, the former President of Benin Republic, the former President of Kenya. Sorry, I forgot to call my mother. I'm very sorry. I went straight. My mother, Dr. Dame Fakai Patience Jonathan, wife of the former President of Nigeria, Mama Peace of Africa. The former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the former Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, my colleagues, Deputy Governors, Speakers, the Honorable Minister. Please, for want of time and for the purposes of stretching our patience beyond reasonable doubts, even though we have our mother patients in the house, I wish to sit by the existing protocol because a lot of people have stand on the existing protocol. And I think that the protocol is getting suffocated because of the heavy weights on the protocol. First of all, I want to thank Mr. President for giving me the opportunity to represent my governor. As you are aware, I'm representing His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, who is unavoidably absent. You may recall that currently Africa is also meeting in the Caribbean to talk about development in Africa. And that is a place he ought to be, and is there to see how he can bring investment to Bayelsa State. And so I'm representing him. And as you know very well, a pounded yam prepared by a child is always full of seeds. So this speech may not be as smooth as the speech that will be delivered by the governor, but I think you can manage and swallow it by picking up and picking out the seeds. You know, it's difficult to have your stomach full when you are eating from the bottom pot. We are eating from the bottom pot because everything about this dialogue has been exhausted. But I just have a little bit of issues here. First, I embrace most of the discussions. Secondly, I kiss most of the discussions, but I refuse to marry some aspect of the discussions. Because, one, in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence, we had 2 universities. And those 2 universities were universities of quality. And so the question now is that, are we doing quantity education or we are doing quality education? We also need to know and remind ourselves that while quantity occupies a space, quality edifies a space. By 1970, we had 6 universities. By 1980, we had 9 universities. By 1999, we had 15 universities. Today, we have 272. What has that huge difference made? That should be the interrogation. And so education without morality, to me, is the issue, not education with technology. Because those who rig elections are educated. Those who do Yahoo are educated. Those who rob are educated. So for me, for us in Africa, it's education without morality. That is the issue. Our certificates that are issued by the university, and thank God we have some vice chancellors here. The certificate says you have been found worthy in learning and in character. If over 3,000 or 300,000 Nigerians over the years have graduated and have been found wanting in learning and in character, why are we still having character deficiency that is affecting leadership and now if affecting progress and development, which this dialogue seeks to address? Because that is the nexus. So the education has not mated with the morality it's supposed to go. So character without education, education without character is no education. And so I will suggest that our universities should now focus on character. I associate with the issue of talented schools, but I don't think if talented schools are talented without character, we'll still get to where we are. President Goodluck Jonathan has brought us here because he has a character. Governor Obaseki has brought us here because he has character. Uhuru Kenyatta is here because he has character. Boni Yayi is here because he has character. And so these characters to be what we should imbibe, not necessarily the education. We should also imbibe character in Africa. I believe with that, there will be a constitutional marriage between education, effective leadership, and development and progress in Africa. It's on that note, I want to thank you on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, and the good and bipolar Bayelsa State. Thank you and God bless you.
Can we put our hands together for His Excellency? May I, at this point, appeal that the goodwill messages from our deputy governors, you kindly please stand on existing protocol and walk within 2 minutes each, please. And next, I'd like to respectfully invite the Deputy Governor of Bauchi State, His Excellency Mohammed Awa Jatau. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together for His Excellency as he comes to give his goodwill message. We will appreciate some quiet and decorum at the back, please. Thank you very much indeed.
No problem. Yes, it's okay. Yes, thank you very much. Your Excellency, the founder and chairman of Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, and our mommy, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State and his amiable wife, distinguished visiting President and Vice Presidents here present, distinguished colleagues, Deputy Governors, may I also consider all other protocol already established by the MC and the subsequent speakers established for the purpose of time. I am here to represent His Excellency Bala Abdul Qadir Mohammed, the Governor of Bauchi State, who is your son, Your Excellency. I have listened with rapt attention the presentations of all the speakers today, and I am really confused to tell you that I was hypnotized by the way and manner the education is being impacted into me. I begin to wonder and ponder, what is the problem with you and I as Africans? I once heard one professor said, while Europeans were traveling to the moon, we Africans were going to our villages. The Europeans have reached the moon while we do not even reach our villages. Is education really taking place? When I was growing, I was able to know our predecessors were able to give us solid foundations. We had better education than what I believe than today. We have industries. In Kano alone, we have over 200 textile industries. We have a lot of cotton pyramids. We have gineries in the north. We have a lot of investment, which I assume we ought to have built on what we were inherited or given to us by our forefathers. But instead, look at where we are today. Instead, we are retrogressing. We really need to look into this situation critically and come up with a much better solution as now propagated by our former president as well as the governor of Edo State. Thank you very much. May I read precisely the message of my Excellency, the Governor of Bauchi State. I feel highly honored and delighted to be invited as a special guest at this 2024 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation's Democracy Dialogue holding in Benin, Edo State. The sustenance of this important annual event is a testimony of the unwavering commitment of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation to engender democratic ideas and good governance across our continent. Under the leadership of my boss, that is you sitting there, His Excellency, the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, the foundation has been at the forefront of strengthening democratic institutions and fostering meaningful dialogue that uplift the voices of the people. Your unwavering commitment to these noble causes has been an inspiration to us all, and it is a testament to your enduring legacy as a statesman and champion of democracy, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa as a whole. The theme of this year's event, functional education and effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa's growth and development, is one that resonates deeply with me and the people of Bauchi State. As the State Governor of Bauchi, I have witnessed firsthand
the transformative power of education and effective leadership in driving sustainable development. We have therefore made it a priority to invest heavily in our educational system, recognizing that a well-educated populace is the foundation for a prosperous and progressive society. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, through innovative policies and initiatives, my administration was able to improve access to quality education in both urban and rural areas of our dear Bauchi State. We have constructed and renovated schools, trained and retrained, empowered our teachers, and implemented curricula that are tailored to the unique needs and aspirations of our distinguished people in the state. However, education alone is not enough. Effective political leadership is also crucial in ensuring that the benefit of education are translated into tangible improvements in the lives of our dear people. As leaders, we have a responsibility to grow, to govern with integrity, vision, and a deep commitment to the well-being of our citizens. It may interest you to know that in Bauchi State, we have strived to embody the principles of effective leadership. We have worked tirelessly, head and tail, to tackle corruption, improve service delivery, and foster environment that is conducive and comfortable to the economic growth and social development. Through inclusive and transparent governance, future. This is the vision that the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation has championed, and it is a vision that I wholeheartedly support. Together, we must continue to build on the progress we have made and work towards the realization of a truly inclusive, equitable, and sustainable Africa. Finally, I wish to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan for giving me the opportunity to grace this auspicious occasion. It is my sincere hope that we will continue to engage, collaborate, work towards the common goal of transforming the continent through the power of education and effective leadership. I also want us to really look into one very fundamental and important situation. Why are we Africans, whenever we are singled out and equate with our contemporaries anywhere in the world, we excel? Why do we succeed in any profession wherever we are singled out and get equated with our contemporaries? And why, when we are brought together as Africans, we fail? Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Bauchi. May I respectfully at this point invite for the goodwill message from Elder Sheriff Oborewori, the Executive Governor of Delta States, speaking to His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Delta States, Sir Monday Oyeme. Can you please appreciate with a round of applause? And we appeal for the 2 minutes allotted time, please.
Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and our mommy, Mama Peace. Your Excellencies here present, please permit me to stand on all already established protocols. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Oborewori, and the good people of Delta State, He sent his greetings. I will just, for want of time, summarize His Excellency Governor Sheriff Oberori's address to this gathering. Let me start by commending the former President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, for establishing this foundation as a medium for cross-fertilizing ideas on ways to deepen democracy and its values, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa as a whole. Not only that, he has been crisscrossing African continent, observing the conduct of elections in various countries and making interventions to nip in the bud several crises that sprang up in several parts of the continent. Your Excellency, history will be very kind to you, given the numerous sacrifices you have been making to show democratic practices across African continent, especially since you left office in a blaze of glory. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's dialogue, which says functional education and effective political leadership as a panacea to Africa growth and development, is particularly germane, as there are direct connections between functional education and effective leadership. Functional education offers opportunities of study and understanding one another, appreciating the many diverse cultures and societies out of which nations live in peace and understanding, to ensure that social cohesion, national development, and political stabilities are obtainable. Functional education sincerely is the fulcrum around which effective leadership revolves. Currently, most advanced countries, especially Britain, is focusing on the role of functional education. However, while functional education is key, leadership is central to advancement of society. The victory of or fulfillment of any organization or administration is a function of leadership. Leadership, as a social scientist will argue, is the art of providing adequate guidance and direction to members of an organization or society so that the associated effort could be harnessed for the ultimate achievement of a set of goals. Leadership that springs from functional education will appreciate the value of democracy and all the necessary sacrifices and contributions needed to nurture it. It is generally believed that the smarter and better informed people are, the more they are able to discern who is the best candidate for office and how they can best contribute to the politics of their community, states, and country. It therefore means that functional education is necessary for an informed polity. It is often argued that uneducated people can only lean on what they see through pictures, which are often manipulated and are unable to process information to be able to distinguish between facts and fallacies. It therefore holds that functional education is very vital to achieving effective leadership, which are the ingredients needed for Africa growth and development. We should all firm up the quality of our education, which will in turn become the needed panacea for growth and development in our continent. On this note, I wish to warmly thank the founder and sponsors of this foundation, the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation, for the laudable work they are doing. And I wish us all well. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Permit me at this point to also invite to make remarks the representative of the Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Lucky Ayedatiwa, represented here by the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Engineer Razak Obe.
Your Excellencies, I want to respect the advice of the Masters of Ceremonies that we should compress the time at this event, but not without recognizing our former President, President Goodluck Jonathan, and our Governor Obaseki. My greetings to distinguished members of the top table, ladies and gentlemen. I bring greetings from Governor Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, the Governor of Ondo State, who would have loved to be here in person, but for some overarching state assignments. I want to specially commend this initiative, which I do believe has a potential to reach the very heart of our issues as a country. Many years ago, a former president of America said that our progress as a nation can be no swifter than our progress in education, and that the human mind is a fundamental resource. That's JF Kennedy. And what Edo State has done, which has become a lodestar for educational thinking in this country, I'll call it a model, is worthy of commendation, and I understand so many states are studying the same, including Ondo State. I listen with rapt attention to the rhapsody of the keynote speaker, Professor Olubayi, and I summarize his paradigms into two key concepts: that we should put the eggs into the same room and create a special model to work for them. I agree to that to an extent. I want to also disagree to a very good extent. That the definition of the superintelligence among our people, superintelligent, is never a linear graph. Some people are known when they're in primary school. Some genius will not be known until they're in secondary school, even some in the university. And at every juncture, there are many factors of life that determine what they are, and they can never be judged at that point. So the recommendation I want to put forth is that we should create schools where competition to gain admission, we actually select those people who are of best minds, and as they progress, if you want to move to a higher level, you have to work hard from the level you are. With that, children of the poor and the children of the rich will be able to commingle and will be the nation that will work. And secondly, what he also said, that anywhere people are found, we should have a library. We should take that home, especially in Nigeria, because the concept of having libraries has become a concept that is outdated or obsolete in our system. Why can't we work together to make sure that begins to happen? And finally, I want to enjoin the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, not just to live here today, but to syndicate with state governors to actually begin implementation. As Governor Obaseki will be leaving office as a governor, since you are the trailblazer in the field of education, take it upon yourself as well to expand the geography of your vision beyond Edo State to the rest of Nigeria. Once again, greetings from Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to hear from the founder and convener of this Democracy Day Dialogue 2024. He taught us a couple of years ago the power of a phone call that can preserve the peace, unity, and development of a country. He taught us that by one action, we can put the nation before ourselves. He taught us that we should think what we can do for our country and not what the country can do for us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a warm applause, receive to the microphone the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, GCOM, founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation.
I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. Stand up for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you, please respect. Thank you so much. In fact, let me adopt the protocol as instructed by the Master of Ceremony.
Let me thank the governor of
Edo State for accepting to host us in Benin City. He attended last year's dialogue in Yenagoa, and when he listened to the discussion, he said that no, Edo State should also host you. And it made it possible for us to gather here. And since we came in, the governor, the wife, and the government, including the traditional leadership, headed by the Oba of Benin, they received us warmly and been taking good care of us. So let me sincerely thank you for making this happen. And for this will coincide with the State Education Week. And the Commissioner for Education represented the state very well. Thank you so much. Let me thank my good friends, President Kayanta and Yai. I have to thank you on behalf of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and on behalf of Edo State for accepting to come and grace this occasion, and also to share your wealth of experience on the subject that we discussed. Thank you so much. I have to thank the Vice President of Zambia for coming as a discussant, and my Vice President, Sambo. Thank you. We appreciate. Because of time, I don't want to over-elaborate my appreciation. And let me thank the Honorable Minister for Education. Thank you for coming. We wrote a letter to you because of the nature of the topic, but it was not really in a program to come. And when we met yesterday in the State House, you said, okay, Mr. President, I will come. Thank you so much. All the people who spoke, the discussants, and the moderator, let me not waste much time by going through your names. I have to thank you for the sharing of knowledge. We've listened to you very attentively. The High Commissioner, thank you so much. When we met and I said, look, we have this program and we want to have an idea about how Indians, what happens that Indians are leading in technology now. Indians may be leading even in artificial intelligence. Can you get somebody to come and share your experience with us and say, I'm coming myself? And you came and we listened to you. I have to thank all of you. I would not want to make a speech because there is no time, but I only request
the Honorable Minister of Education, the keynote speaker, let me thank the keynote speaker. I almost forgot Professor Olubayi. I think you listened to him, and I was quite pleased that you didn't even want him to stop. I am the Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda, and he is the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council of Cavendish University, Uganda. And one of the convocation ceremonies during the dinner, myself and Mike Ogiadomi, who also accompanied me there, we had to share ideas about how Africa can change, how can we move like other nations. And he shared his own perspective, and I was so interested. And I said, look, one of these days, the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation will bring this as one of the key discussion points and bring you to share your experience with others. I haven't listened to you. I'm quite pleased. You separated the education into two. Everybody is doing one, which everybody must do one. But we say that if we continue to do only that one, we will not move our society to the direction we want to. And you feel that we should also look at the two. And you give a lot of examples. So Honorable Minister of Education will get the paper from Professor Olubayi. We get the full 45 minutes paper, not the one summarized. And I'll plead with you that one of these years, either one of the next National Council on Education, that you meet with the commissioners of education across the country, with the heads of education parastatals. You people should discuss that paper. I didn't want us to just listen to him, ask questions, and walk away. Share it to the commissioners and the heads of educational parastatals, and you people should take 1 or 2 hours and discuss that paper. I'm saying so because I totally agree with him. Maybe I may be thinking wrongly. And let me use myself as an example. The moderator mentioned what I did as a governor of Bayelsa State. I was there for just about 1.5 years, not quite 1.5 years, 1 year, 5 months, some weeks. Then when I went to the center as the president, what I did. When I was the governor of Bayelsa State, I felt that I must make sure that all the primary schools and secondary schools get to the level where they can offer qualitative education to every Bayelsans. I cannot compromise with that. And I also look at the quality of the teachers teaching at the primary school level, and I felt that some of them would need to review. And we decided to build a school we call Teacher Retraining Institute, not to award certificates. But if you are to be a teacher in the Bayelsa system, in our primary school system, you must go through that. Even if you come in with a PhD, with a master's degree, with a bachelor degree, NC, or TC2, or whatever, you must go through that school. First, we'll assess you for 3 months. And if you pass, then you can go. If you fail, you go for 1 full year. We will not sack you because you have already been employed by the government. But then we must make sure that we prepare you to give out something. You cannot give out what you don't have. Just like Prof. Olubayi said that somebody who doesn't know mathematics is to teach mathematics at the primary school level. You must know what you are teaching. And we also said that we have to, that's the issue of gifted and talented children that the master of ceremony mentioned. Even in Nigeria, you know, most of you remember, Baseki remember, there used to be gifted children's schools, talented children's schools. Somehow along the line, either for politics or probably the way we manage, all those systems collapsed. In the northern part of Nigeria, science schools are very common. Science schools are supposed to be specialized schools for the brainy people, for those who can get at least 90% in mathematics and above. But I don't know the condition for admission. So it's not new to Nigeria. So I also said I was going to start a similar thing in Bayelsa State. That I was going to build my plan was to build 2 schools. One, that those who have the cranial capacity, what we call the gifted children's school. And another school, the talented children's school. Those who are good in sports, in drama, in singing, in dancing and painting, but not necessarily be the first class kind of, But they're so skilled in those areas, and we must train them. I remember I said that people will oppose me. Why do you want to spend so much money to build 2 schools when we have so many children? So first I gathered our leaders, I invited our leaders. Luckily, Bayelsa State is not as big as Edo. So all the key leaders, professors, doctors, and so on. And when I introduced this idea, of course that issue came up. And I remember some of those who raised those issues are professors and people with doctorate degrees. All the children are equal. So why not do something uniform across the state? And I said, no. We will make sure all our secondary schools get to the standard where our children will have very qualitative learning. But you see, if you want to set up a football team in a school, let us even take a secondary school. If you wait to train everybody to play the match, then you can never set up a football team. So you get the best 11, what we call the first 11, and the second 11, and others. So while we are trying to make sure that we get to where we want to go in terms of all our schools, we must get these few schools so that we'll be able to tap the best brains in the states, or those who are talented in sports, and incubate them. So that before, so my plan was that if we do this for 20 years, Nigerians will think that Bayelsans are so many, because for anything you talk about, you see a Bayelsan there. Of course, I started the schools, but I left. I was drafted to go and contest as a vice president. But the governor that took over from, he did his own best. I'm not saying he didn't do well, but that was my own idea. It was not his own idea. So that program collapsed. And the lady mentioned about 100 students. Yes. I said that while we are building the schools, because we started building the schools, my commissioner for special project architect, I believe is here. We are building the schools. In fact, when we left, one of them in Sagbama was used for teacher training college, and the federal government university took over one. I said that while we are building the schools, it may take us about 2 years to provide infrastructure, the teaching aids, the workshop, laboratories, library, and so on. Within this period, let us start by going around the primary schools in the villages to pick the best and send them to the best secondary schools in Nigeria. And we did that. That's what I made reference to. Most of them went abroad for their first degree because they are very bright, so they are not bad. You know, US, UK, they can tap your brains and take. When I got to the center, I said, what do I do in terms of education? Nigeria, we have a nuclear program. We have a satellite program. But these programs are not moving the way we're supposed to move. They attempted developing missiles, but they couldn't go anywhere. And I felt that we must train the men and women who can come and drive our nuclear programs, space programs. And that led to that specialized scholarship. We got presidential scholarship for innovation and development. And Professor Julius Okoje, who spoke, was a NUC executive secretary. And why he said that the first set, nobody from Bayelsa State got, nobody from Kaduna, nobody from Ebonyi, was that the entry was that first and foremost, you must make a first class in any university. There was no entrance given that you must pass this entrance. No, first, you must get a first class, not second class upper, in the STEM areas. So those who got first class in these areas were now examined properly. And from there, we picked the number, and we said that we had to send them to the 25 best universities in the world. And we wanted to run that program. And I said that if we run that program for maybe 10 years, we'll get the competent scientists that can come and drive these processes. And that is what Okoze made reference to, and the NUC, Acting Secretary General of the NUC also made reference to. So I believe that we can move forward. We may not get those kind of schools in every community because those, what Professor Prof described as genetic accidents, those people are few. They are not too many. If you get those kind of schools in every community, you may not even have the resources to fund them. And you may not even have the students to fill up. But I believe every state can review this properly and see what we can do. How do we tap our best brains and encourage them? I remember when we were to send the 100 people out to the best secondary school in Nigeria. Of course, Bayelsa State was a new school. No private school in Bayelsa State that met all the criteria. Even in Rivers State then, which is well developed, as at that time, no private school in Rivers State met up our standard. It's only schools in Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, then Bell's School in Ogun State. Because we wanted the best and we invested, and some of them, almost all of them, have done exceptionally very well. So states may not necessarily do the same thing, and I know some states have special schools. I think when Governor Dixon took over, he also established a special school in Bayelsa State, though I don't know the criteria for admitting. But if there's a special secondary school, then it must be used for a purpose. And states can do that. But then these things could be modified. I remember for the universities, Julius mentioned that I established 12 universities. Actually, we established 12 conventional universities. We decided to make sure that every state that does not have a federal government-owned university would put a federal government-owned university. And there were 12 states within the 5 years that I was the president when we took over that had no federal government-owned universities, and we established those 12 universities. But in addition to those 12 universities, we established the Maritime University in Delta State. We also established a medical university in Benue State. If you add that, it's actually 14. They will make sure that the police college in Kano also should award degrees like NDA. So if a young man after school start and go to the police college, by the time you are leaving, you're either a lawyer or engineer or an economist or an accountant or whatever. So by the time you retire from the police, you have something that you can live on. So if you also add that, it's almost like 15 degree awarding institution, because we believe that just like the acting executive secretary said, we really need spaces in our universities for the teeming population of Nigerians. We want everybody to be well educated, but while making sure that everybody gets the education we want to, let us also see if the second option from Olubayi's paper could also work. Let us see if we can select those people who are described as genetic accidents and incubate them and see what role they can play in terms of moving us forward, especially these days of artificial intelligence. So I have to thank all of you for being here the whole day, from 10 till 4:30 going to 5 p.m. And people are still here. So on behalf of Governor Obaseki and the governments of Edo State, on behalf of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, I thank all of you and thank all the speakers. And we hope that when we call you again, you also come. I thank you all. And
ladies and gentlemen, shall we please rise to appreciate our father, the convener, the initiator of all of this, for that very brilliant closing remarks. His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Azikiwe Jonathan. Can you make some noise? Thank you so very much. A man of peace, a and a man that has paved the way for the current democratic dispensation to still be very, very up and running. Thank you, Your Excellencies. You may please resume your seats. We are now moving to the end of this event. I have the authority of His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, our hosts, Mr. Godwin Nogagase of Basaki, to respectfully invite to move the vote of thanks Our Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Umar Odu, representing His Excellency Sir Sibilai Fubara, GSSRS. Please, a round of applause as she comes to move the vote of thanks. Your attention, please. And after the vote of thanks, the national anthem and the Edo anthem, and that will be it for now.
Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and his lovely wife, Auntie Patience. Please permit me, for want of time, to recognize you as the Governor, Executive Governor of Edo State, my brother, Obaseke, and his lovely wife. Every other person is highly recognized this occasion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time is of essence. Therefore, I would not take up much of our time. My job is very simple. But before I say that, let me just say a word. A wonderful and a great son of Africa, Nelson Mandela, had said while he was alive and as a president that the greatest weapon we have is education. That with education we can rule the world. And what has happened today is that the Ebele Jonathan Foundation has given us food for thought. It has made us to begin to think outside the box. It has made us, so instead of thinking one part, to think on the two parts. And I believe that this will be a wake-up call for all of us in Nigeria. And therefore, on that note, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you I want to say that he's my brother, His Excellency Ebele Jonathan, for conceiving the idea of a foundation of this magnitude. When I got in here and I saw Trans-African Conference, people came from all over Africa to be here to honor him and also to honor all of us, to let us realize that in unity, we can do things differently and exquisitely. I therefore want to thank everybody who have come from far and near to be here today, and to say, like one of our speakers said, that let's not just live here on talk show. Let's live here and begin to take into considerations issues that have been raised, things that can make us think differently, so we can push not only Nigeria, but the African continent to another level. I thank all of you. I thank you for the honor of asking me to speak. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a better round of applause for the second female Deputy Governor of Rivers State. In the history of the state, this is the second time a woman will be occupying the office of Deputy Governor. Please, a round of applause again for Her Excellency, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Umar Odu, DSSRS, Deputy Governor of Rivers State. She is here representing His Excellency Sir Sibilai Fubara, GSSRS. Please put your hands together for her wonderful vote of thanks to bring this event to a close.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end. Shall we please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and it will be followed by the Edo anthem, bettered by Excellency, our very prolific First Lady, And remember, we are taking just one stanza and a verse because of time. When you hear beautiful Edo, your right hand goes like this. Remember to visit Igum before you leave Benin City. The national anthem, DJ.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. No tribe and tongue beneath our brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, tall and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace above the lawless, and this we protest gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
The Edo anthem.
The ancient city is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. The king of the city is marching. Stand up high to the pride of the land. The founding fathers of labor, and our time to serve is now. The glory of the new Edo nation will forever be our pride. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the
land people dream to be. Can you put your hands together for yourself and have a wonderful time?
Thank you so much. Please allow their excellencies to take their exit first. Please, their